No, they're supposed to work.
I just want to, you have to feel me, I saw her when I was
Yeah.
working.
Is that too?
Oh.
That they were
Is she right there? You probably can't see her.
Oh, but the
stand
stand.
Well,
I'm
so
teasing.
I feel like I think somewhere between, so like.
I was checking into a hotel once and they had this suite, like into the desk, but like under the desk. It's like, that can't be fun to do all day. I don't understand the ergonomic situation. So it's just, like looking down on that, and it's like. It's crazy.
Oh, it was pictures on. I love these books. Where did this come from? Give this one to us. Pasha. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, 1 minute.
I got the brisket, which is a little bit silly because I had brisket yesterday for dinner.
So he's like a million.
I've never had it, I've never had it. I forgot to fast forward.
And it's now 6 o'clock. Lots of change. So we have today all the board members here present at the district. With that, the roll call is done. So the next step will be the pledge of allegiance. Please stand with me for this.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good. And with that, we want to acknowledge that the Sunnyvale School District is located on the ancestral and unceded land of the Mokiva Ohlone tribe, who have peacefully honor and care for this land for thousands of years. We recognize that every member of the Sunnyvale community continues to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. We acknowledge our responsibility to learn from the wisdom of the Ohlone people and to consider how we might work to clear injustices and to move forward together in honorable ways. And with that, we are about to start. We want to remember that this meeting is being recorded by the board. The board asked to record this meeting, and it's also been, and it's also been live interpreted and translated in Spanish. So please, the translator, tell us more about how to get into this function.
Hello everybody, buenas noches. Este mensaje se repetirá en español también. Good evening. The Zoom interpretation feature will be used in this meeting for English and Spanish support. All participants on this call must select their language of preference by clicking on the language once the host turns on the interpretation feature. This is found in the world icon located on your feature panel. Interpretation for this meeting will be conducted simultaneously in Spanish. Thank you for your attention and collaboration. Buenas noches. Se utilizará la función de interpretación de Zoom para soporte en inglés y español. Todos los participantes de esta llamada deben seleccionar su idioma de preferencia haciendo clic en el idioma correspondiente cuando el anfitrión active la función de interpretación. Dicha función se encuentra en el panel de herramientas en el icono del globo terráqueo. El modo de interpretación para esta reunión será el simultáneo. Gracias por su atención y colaboración.
Okay, muchas gracias. Thank you for that. And now we move to item 2, which is the approval of the agenda. every board member may delete item from this posted agenda, and for that, well, before we approve the agenda, I think we need comments from the public. If any member wish to talk about the approval of the agenda, this particular item, please raise their hand now. Okay, seeing none, then, board, can we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Any second?
I'll second that.
Okay, and everybody who is happy with this, please say aye. Okay, with that, we have agenda. Next item will be item 3, public comments on closed session items. So we're gonna have a closed session in item 4, but before that, we can get public comments for this particular item. So if there is any member that wish to speak about this, please raise your hand now. Okay, seeing none, we move forward to item 4, where we will be talking about a closed session, and the topic today is public employment by Governance Code 54957, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Information System, and Chief Teaching and Learning Officer. We'll be back in hopefully in about 20 minutes, if everything goes smooth.
Nope, okay.
That one's one like you. Okay, we got it.
See, that's good.
Oh, well.
Down to the. Very close and start this.
We're gonna do this.
Wanna do this at some point? So we're gonna have your Hoffman group next,
Yes.
right? So.
Good job.
You just have to read that.
Okay, we are back a little bit later than we thought. Right now, 6:42 p.m. And there were no action taken during closed sessions. With that, we move to number 6 in our agenda for tonight, and is the presentation, is the Hoffman Award of Excellence in Education presentation. So I put together a little bit of the information from these awards. I think everybody got to read it with time, so we don't have that much. Let's just go kind of fast with it. So what I thought was the next one, yeah? Yes.
You want this?
Oh, yeah. Okay, the receptor is there?
Over here.
Is there?
Toward me.
Point that way.
What, you have to push it hard, I make it.
If not, I'll go ahead and click on it. There you go. Stop, I'll do it.
Oh, yeah, don't know where I'm pointing at, okay. Okay, so why are there awards in excellence? So there's a lot happening in public education, there is a lot of people, a lot of information that comes from the states, a lot of information that comes from other counties, we get together, and everybody shares what they're doing, and this is just how to work, how to inspire other teams, how everybody gets all this information, make the best. They have typically the same issues that we have, that everybody has in the district, and they just find new answers for innovative answers from the same problems and how they fix it. So this is a way to reward people for doing excellent job in the same things that we're doing. The next one, how does it work? So each fall, the districts identify their best program and send their information. They follow a form and a way how we use in the Hoffman Awards. We have 10 categories that they can choose, and there is a rubric that everybody knows how it works. So they work with the rubric, they put it in the best way possible, and send all the information to a group of judges. This year we have 20 projects from different districts, and we have similar number, like 15 or 16 judges. Everybody will read all this information and judge them accordingly to the rubric that every person already knows, and every person who is applying for this award already knows. And then from that, we decide to have people with the highest scores on years. Yes.
And I was just gonna add that the scoring for impact of students, whatever that is, and it could be personal testimonies, it could be data, but impact on students counts double for everybody's score. So all the Hoffman judges enter their scores, and then you get a compilation, and you can really see the scores rise to the top, and if there's some that are tied or some that were close, then we have a big conversation.
Yes, yes, and this year, all the winners were like 0.5 between each other, and then we have a lot of ties, so it was very, very tight because there were a lot of very good programs. And there are, the most important thing is that the impact they have on the students, of course. Like, there are great ideas, but they actually not that strong in the impact, so they may not have the same amount of points. So I chose some awarded programs, and one that wasn't really awarded but almost made it, and we'll talk about that later, from this year and last year, which is the years that I've been sharing it, and I had all the information. So, and I think they are examples of very similar situations to the ones that we have in our district, and they are very creative and successful ways how they resolve this problem. So the next one, please. So this is a coordinated advocacy and resource for education. This is a care program. It's from Morgan Hill. They support students who qualify for McKinley-Vento, and they have this whole program. They have 12 specialists. They support almost 800 students across all their 13 schools. And they have raised the graduation rate. They support kind of with the concept of a community school. They support the whole community and the whole families. And they started. They had a grant for $742,000 for 800 people. So a lot of impact in there. The next. So the impact at risk students, we talk with the families, with the parents that were involved in this. They really receive a lot of help, and we even heard their stories when we went to visit, because when you're finalists, we go and visit them to see if everything they say is as good as is on the paper. And yeah, pretty much.
They're really doing what they said they were doing.
Yeah, they really
There it
do what they
is.
say, and yeah, it was true. It was pretty good. So we heard from the families and how they were moving. They had to commute when they didn't have enough resources in their district in Morgan Hill, and how difficult it was for them to go over 1.5 hours in each direction in only one car, not wasting all that gasoline, because their husband worked in the Morgan Hill, and the kids were students there, so they didn't want to start moving from district to district to know what was happening, what was going to happen with their life. So how important was for them to get all this support to stay in the district instead of moving to San Jose and yeah.
Can I add on?
Yeah.
So this school district has 9% of their students is McKinney-Vento students. So it's very high. And they've been doing the CARE program is partnerships with community partners too. So like small businesses, like they can get you a refrigerator, they can get you a used, sofa, they can get you things from out in the community. And then they also partnered with the city of Morgan Hill. So the city of Morgan Hill applied for a grant as well and got an homeless outreach coordinator. And actually that person comes to the schools and meets with the school district's staff and the teachers and stuff, and meets with the families there at the school site rather than at a community service organization. So that was kind of interesting how they structured it.
So then the next one. So yes, and universal meal, this is just one example, but they also give dinners to the kids, so the kids take a bag when they get home, and the families also get groceries every week, so it's a whole rounded help. So then this was very, very impressive. This year was a computer science program from Los Altos. One of the things that was very impressive that seems very inexpensive in general for a full program that has been there for how many years? 10 years? It has expanded now. They had a computer science program for everybody, I think was at the beginning from 4th or 5th grade up. But then they realized that by the end of middle school, they didn't have enough girls, so they started putting it from TK. So now every student get at least half an hour of computer science, which end up being more like in a makerspace from TK all the way until the end of middle school. And with that now they have, well, it's not 50-50, but they have like 20-something% of girls coding in by the time they end. And they also get a head start in the AP computer classes from high school. So they can just go and move straight to these classes. They are aligning their curriculum, and these kids get a lot of problem solving because what I think and I saw there when we were there, that it's not just about learning a language how to code, but it's learning about logic, is enhancing their math learning, and is all about problem solving. So these are the tools, this is how you work with a formula to get to that point. So what are the options, how to fix this problem? And it's pretty much a makerspace, yes?
We also saw a kindergarten class, and then we saw a 7th and 8th grade class at the middle school. And that was really great because you could, in a elementary setting, it was very collaborative, like work with a buddy, show your friend how to do this. And it was them creating a little game that would do different things. And then another one was, they were also doing some other programming, but it felt much more collaborative. And by the time they were in middle school, it looked like a real computer programming class. I mean,
yeah, and it was very puzzle-like. Like there is this puzzle. Let's figure out how will you get they were working with binaries, and how do you get the amount of points that each of these binary symbols will get, and it was very interesting. So the next one, I have a couple of photos. Yeah.
and I think that, if you go to the next one, you can see like they basically, their PTA and their Ed Foundations help them fund for the maker spaces. And then the district ended up picking up the salaries of the 3 teachers. And again, I think they said they started in middle school, then they expanded to 4th and 5th grade, and then they said, we're just not seeing any girls participating, so they went all the way down to TK, and by the time some of those kids came up, they saw a difference.
Yeah, and you see this is a typical classroom, which looks pretty much as a makerspace. They have like cradles, they have like boxes, they have tape, they have a lot of things that they do in that classroom that have to do with thinking, with logic, with hands-on education. That it's not just sitting and coding, it's a lot of playing and learning to think and learning math and making it work for them. Yeah, that was the program from Los Altos. Then we have the Child Development Pathway. This was a project that won last year. This is from Palo Alto. And this is one that we've been quoting over the last year a lot because we thought this is one of those great opportunities to give our kids who go to high school or to go to college, community college, an opportunity to come back and then, keep the whole circle. These are high school classes. This was a teacher who started this AP class for kids in high school that go back and learn about early childhood education and about teaching, and they go and help the teachers, and they go actually every week. They have one theory class, and the other one, I don't know, the second day or the third day, they go to the kindergartens, to the elementary schools, and they help.
I don't think it was actually AP, I think it was college credit classes. So it actually gave them
Head Start on earning college credits. So a lot of juniors and seniors really wanted to do it. A lot of high school students wanted to do it, and they got to go and work with the little kids. And at least a couple of the students that we talked to said that they were thinking of going into early childhood learning, which so was like a win-win-win, right? You know, it's getting that interest in like, oh, this is a career.
Yeah, and the next one, and this one had the other, there was also like an 80-20, but there were still 20% of boys getting this class.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was the other way around, but it's still, pretty good.
Well, because it was mostly girls.
Yeah, it was mostly girls, but it wasn't 100%, it was a little like 20% or
Or male
something like that.
teachers.
Yeah, yes. Yes, so, and this is the, the example, they bus the students from the high school to the elementary school, and they help them with different activities depending on what the unit is or what they're doing. So,
Like if this was something that our district wanted to do, it could be something that we partner with the high school and the community college district on.
and they're very excited about this kind of ideas. When we met with them last year in Hoffman's, and we say, hey, this is something that we could replicate, and they were like, that would be amazing. That would be really good. I mean, at least from the trustee part.
Yeah, it's dreamers.
Yeah. Then this is an amazing day. I think they didn't win last year, but I think it was because it wasn't really a program, more of as a philosophy where they developed 12 different programs. And this is more a prize for a particular program. But it all started, I think, well, it came together in 2020. It actually started 1 or 2 years early when they had a brand new principal, and with that they started like, how do we change this school who is failing in so many ways, and we have this huge gap, and we have so many kids who are behind, and they just changed the philosophy. So in the next one, we have a list, I think, or the next one, yeah. So they started, they have a list of programs that just came together with this principal, and they did something that was impossible for the rest of California, that instead of falling behind, they move ahead during pandemic. So they raised their numbers, and they raised their numbers in everything, in social emotional, in math, in reading, everything went up, changing because they had built a support in social emotional learning. For example, the one that came spontaneous in 2020, there was this 5th grader who started to do videos with the science experiments every week for the other students in the classroom. So it was called Science with Kendall. And that there's like, I thought that was pretty cool and amazing. But then with that, they built new makerspace, they implemented new theater classes, they have art classes, everybody has art classes and theater classes all around the school in every grade. They had student-led weekly spirit assemblies where the students are the leaders, and they actually get together and do the assemblies. The social thinking instruction, they have a school counselor, they have a therapy animal that comes twice a month to help with the stress kids. They have thematic activity programs. Everybody has science, everybody goes to a math club. So it's a whole experiment full of programs that come together, supporting the kids. And in the next one, we have some of the comments from the kids. One of them said, therapy animals get me calm, makerspace is a place to get loose, and my almost infinite creativity. Theaters really get me alive, and I feel included in these types of activities. And then in the next one, which is the most important, are the numbers. So even Hispanic kids who we always have behind, they went up during pandemic and the next years. So the social emotional in the next, I think is the next one. We get one about the social emotional, the numbers end up being in the 90s, which is also very impressive. One of them is 98, 94, I feel like I do well in school. So even in the social emotional part, they are doing great and they are doing great in the academics. Next, I think it's just 4 of the kids. So with this, the intention was that we always talk about all these wonderful things that we keep looking when we go out and work with other school districts and other people, and when we go to the conference and see all these amazing things that are happening. And I think this will be a good starting conversation to how to apply policies and how to change. It's not that we don't have innovation, but how to inspire more innovation so we can have these sort of results in the future. So that was pretty much what it is. And these are just for, as I say, we have dozens and dozens. Some of them may be more for high school, some of them may not fit that much. And actually, by the way, we need to recognize that we have won this award before, and last year we
I like it
won
when
the
Sunnyvale does
Sunnyvale,
not
yes.
apply. That's very sad, so no one can judge their own school districts things. So they just say, oh good, Sunnyvale didn't apply this year, because so we won it for Juntos last year.
Yes.
So
We win pretty much every time.
yeah, pretty much. Because okay, so the other thing about these programs is they have to be sustainable. They have to have they have to show high impact. You have to have, the winners all have some data behind them. And
They need to be there for more than 2 years and be able to replicate.
and they have to be replicatable. So I think that like with Juntos, for example, having Juntos go from elementary school and going up to the middle school, I think, and people are very interested in multilingual education right now. So, yeah, I think that we do, and I don't know, someone else can answer the question. I was thinking about this and I sort of felt like we do a lot of great work in our district, and there have been programs that we've done that have been awards like this, and when I see things like the Statuette, I think for me, probably I didn't rate it that highly at the time, because I felt like, well, this is what you're supposed to do as a school. Like you're supposed to have clubs and all these things, but I think that looking at it, it's like with such intentionality, and it's at one school site. And I think, if we're looking at, I love it that later we're gonna get a presentation about the Education Foundation with our district and talking about enrichment opportunities after school. And we're doing pieces of this district-wide and pieces of this at school sites, and I think it's just finding that, like, what is the right mix, and are there some opportunities we're just not taking because we're thinking, oh, that would be a lot of work to do. But if it's such a high impact for the students, is it, we have like a couple of, in my mind, we have a couple of schools that were programs of choice that need to reimagine themselves. I don't think that the parents are going out and seeing all these programs, but we are. So how do we provide feedback in a way where we're not telling people what to do, but we're kind of exploring ideas of possibilities,
Yeah.
You wanna get public comment first?
Okay, sure. So let's start with public comments on this particular item, which is item number 6, study session 6A. If there is any member of the community who wishes to speak on this particular item, please raise your hand now, here or electronically. No? Okay, seeing none. Board? Start with the questions. There's no votes, so comments?
Having been a part of the Hoffman Award for a number of years and having served as
Let's see
chair,
the mic.
sorry,
It'll be a lot closer to you.
sorry. Having been a part of the Hoffman Award as a reader and site visitor, and also having been chair for several years.
Turn this lady's gonna have to
Sorry. Sorry. What I'll say is that programs always have one person that starts with the inspiration. And the challenge is to make sure that when you look at a program, that it doesn't solely rest on one person's personality in order for it to be sustainable. And I like how people take initiative, but it needs to be a shared common value at whatever level it is being initiated at, whether it's the school or the district. So a lot of the programs work because it's climate-based. They could be replicable, but sometimes the magic isn't there, and that's the spark. And so what I want to be able to create is opportunities for sparks to become sparklers for our kids. And just make sure that we're doing that at our school site and being encouraging in those particular regards. The other thing that is always important is our collaboration with community partners and agencies, because that's a part of the sustaining work, and I think we do well with creating and sustaining those partnerships as things move in and out of communities and as partners change their focus. So I'm appreciative of the work that the foundation is doing. I think we benefit from having Sunnydale Community Services with a lot of the wraparound supports that they can give our students and communities as well.
It kind of connects to what Nancy was saying about the, people like with sparks over. So I really love the last question of the bullets, those possible conversation starters. So I don't have an answer for the question, but I just think it's a really great question. And it's the one that says, as we are building our strategic plan, what kind of policies or strategies need to be there in order to have flexibility and encourage these kind of positive interventions? I mean, I think it reminds me of, right, like the innovation card from a few years ago and, coming out of COVID, it was like, this is a chance to like reinvent, but then it was tricky also because people are kind of drowning and putting together this, so we hear about other ideas, but then finding, having people find their sparks, which is also like a Project Cornerstone phrase. But anyways, I think that's a really great question. So I don't have any answers, but I think that's a great question for us or staff to figure out and.
Can I
let's get those
respond to that?
policies in.
Yeah. Okay, so, Michelle, I think I'm really glad that you like that question because one of my worries about the strategic plan would be like, and I love it that we're doing the strategic plan. I'm super excited about it. I love the community input and, all the team input and building it up and all the data. I mean, it's just been like a total data fest, in a way. So I really feel like it's grounded in reality and I'm excited about it. And I'm really hoping that the strategic plan is something that opens possibilities like this instead of saying, well, it's not the strategic plan, so let's not even imagine that because I don't see that anywhere in there, but like the strategic plan in my mind is talking about a lot about like values of like the student that we want and what we want for our kids. And so I really think that a lot of these things a lot of these things fit into, would fit into our culture, or we're doing like pieces of them already, and I know we can't do everything, but if there's parts of it where we see one, or maybe come back through, maybe there's like a little ad hoc committee or something, or maybe next year if we decided to, we could take a few minutes out of every meeting and go through, like everybody pick one a program that they went to go see, or something that they saw, and like really talk about like what the possibilities are, because I think if we don't talk about them, then it will not happen, so, or even if it's not that exact program, then it's just the idea of like what our interests are and what our focus is, and having the strategic plan be like a framework for it, how it fits in.
And that's, yes, another thing that I don't want the strategic plan to be constrictive about if it's not written down. It's more about a philosophy and an inspiration to move forward. And we'll talk about the right environment for the kids, and we talk about the innovation, but then we talk about other many things that are part of our values. But when we talk, we've been talking for the last couple of years about innovation too. And I think I mentioned before, and I talked with Mike, that it would be great if the people who can make the change, cabinet, actually choose something interesting that they know is happening somewhere and go in a field trip. Whatever they choose and say, hey, there is something cool happening, I don't know, whatever in Southern California or whatever, and I would like to go and see how they make it work, and maybe we'll get some ideas. So that would be amazing, very inspiring. But in this, in the same way how we go and see these things, it's like, well, what do they think? What will inspire our makers to do these kind of cool things to, or come up with something new that we haven't seen, or adapting that to our particular needs and community, and moving forward with an amazing, innovative way to close the gap, serve better students, not having any child behind, as we have right now, and how to make the kids learn English faster and reading English better and faster, how to improve our math, so many issues that everybody's having in California. Some people somehow found a better formula in their communities, but then let's get inspired and not design the wheel again. We don't need to invent it every time, just adapt it to our needs. Any comments?
Really, I appreciate what Nancy said about the spark and the magic, and I do believe very strongly that in the district that we have in some cases that happening. And for example, the cooking program at SMS and the community school initiative at Lakewood, and I do want to encourage those sparks to grow, and I feel like the district does a good job in doing that. I'm curious about I don't think anyone else has taken it. Have you guys toured Lakewood this year?
Yeah, in the beginning of the year.
Okay, and I think once we do our spring visit, it'll be interesting to see how Carly has been developing her community schools initiative, because as a Lakewood parent, I am really happy what's going on there. I am kind of interested in showing Carly like what Morgan Hill did, like what you said about having a program with the city. I think she would be very interested in doing that, having because it is something that can be beneficial to both be benefited by the city. It didn't even occur to me that we don't have a comp sci program. Like I took comp sci in middle school. I thought we had comp sci.
I've
I
been
don't
talking
know
about it for a
why.
while now.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't occur to me. My child is in 3rd grade, but and I don't often think of middle school yet, but yeah.
There are a couple of electives at SMS, but not at both. And, I just,
And I feel like it's very school to school. Like my son did a Lego robotics class that just ended, and that has elements of comp sci. And of course, like I respect that every school culture will have something different. I think for a while it was intentional at Lakewood when they were the tech EQ school, but now they're not anymore. And I wonder if there should be intentionality to develop that. I also, I appreciate what you said about it not just being coding and also being like more hands-on and more logic-based, because I think to some extent the coding of coding will be outsourced to, or outsourced to AI.
Right, like the
Yeah.
kids like
Right.
writing a learn through these like hands-on things and then you apply it on a computer screen.
Right, and so I would be interested in exploring that or seeing how somebody else's idea in exploring that, I am curious about if we have something in place to make sure that when we do have these magical sparks, these like 1 in a million ideas, that they are nurtured rather than snuffed. And once we do have those, I do wanna make sure that we nurture them. Like we have wonderful teachers, we have wonderful staff, and I think we can win the Hoffmans again. So,
Oh, we
And
will.
the veil.
We just did.
We need to win the veil.
I just wanna throw out one, kind of being a realist, related to like when we see other things, and kind of what you were saying, Isabel, like we like go to these different events, or like, you guys do the Hoffman stuff, right? We like hear this great stuff, but they show data that seems really great. But then almost always, when you dig into the data, it's actually not as great as it looks. So like, it's not to say these programs are bad, but I think we just want to, and I don't think anyone's doing this, but I just think it's a helpful reminder that we want to be careful. There is not a magic bullet that somebody has out there that they're doing, right? And so I think we just need to be mindful, like there was like one of the presentations that Tasha and I went to at AEC, like at first we got super excited with the numbers they were showing, and like, it was like, oh my gosh, can we just replicate this? And then as they showed us more, I started having questions. So it wasn't numbers they gave us, I just started having questions, and so I went up afterwards and talked to them, right? And it came out like, it's actually not as pretty, right? And I think that just off top. So I just think we just wanna be a little bit careful that nobody really has the magic bullet, because if they did, they would be selling it for millions of dollars, and like our country would be paying the money to have every kid achieve
I
it.
think you're talking about that program that was talking about diversity, that they saw diversity in a completely different way and they didn't have diversity at all. Okay.
There are those.
I'm sure there's one like that, yeah.
Okay, so then there's that, no, but so that's two things. But okay, so just to kind of respond to that a little bit though, like I would say that the programs that we were looking at, that we've gone and validated, if you think about like if you think about what it took for, like I think Fairwood was a winner at one point, right? Like
Almost all of our schools have
project-based
been.
learning, but specifically for the family participation and project-based learning, like fueling project-based learning and hands-on learning, right? And so like there's that, and so they're not programs typically that are just one and done. They're programs that are built and sustained and continuing to grow. And I think it requires, like whether it's outdoor learning or whether it's like a cooking class or a cooking program, like it's not just like one class, it's a philosophy or like one class of outdoor learning. It's a philosophy of like when we are in the garden, we are learning language arts and math and science, and like the learning is actually happening there. It's not like it's complementing the curriculum in the classroom, but it's also extending the curriculum in the classroom and going deeper. And so I think a lot of the programs, like for me, the one that I really was interested in from these was obviously the CARE program, because of all the community partnerships that they have built, and it did not happen overnight. It took decades, right? And like we have very strong community partnerships with Sunnyvale Community Services, but and the CARE program, quite honestly, is built on grant money. So
they're in ATA school, they're really worried about that whole program. And they have 9% of their kids, they have 9% of their students who are reliant upon it. But I'm really interested in this idea of building an additional connection with the high school district, of getting those kids interested, because they already have college at school at Fremont, right, where you can take college classes there. They have middle college, so they already have some programs together, and I love that idea. And I also loved what we started at summer school last year, which was the special education cohort where our middle schoolers, like I would love that to be an ongoing thing where maybe they could walk over to the middle school, the elementary school next to them and work with those kids, and like we could build a class around that. So I feel like that could spark something in us. There, I said the word. I keep saying that. I keep hearing the word, and I'm not loving it.
You're a little triggered by the word
I'm a
spark.
little triggered by the word spark. I just do the whole thing. I can't handle it. But I feel like that it is like I see it and I'm excited about it, and I feel like other board members could be excited about it, but how do we share that with each other and bring in like the question of would that fit with the district? Is that an opportunity for us? You know, that's what I'm interested in doing.
So if I could just kind of, it's a good discussion, really appreciate it. I think the thing, and I like what you were saying about partnering with the high school as an opportunity, partnering with community organizations as opportunities. Where we want to start is what are the outcomes we want for our students?
Right.
And then go and find means, remembering community partnerships, remembering we can go across we don't have to go much farther than across the county. Our county's as big as many states, right? But we can go farther too, to find ways to address the needs that we identify for our kids. Like it might be, at some point we might say, we want a computer science strand from TK through 8 or in middle school or like whatever. We haven't defined that. If we start with that outcome that we want for kids, then we can build the program around it and go out and look specifically for like, oh, there's an idea, and build one that meets our needs with our resources for our unique population. So,
Mike, was that what Lakewood was, like with Pam Chang as the person? Was that a spark that we lost?
A new
I
word.
would say,
It's a
They're
project
okay.
cornerstone word.
Sorry.
they're okay, it's okay, we can be okay with the word spark. I would say it wasn't exactly that, it was more like using technology with a social emotional lens effectively, which wasn't like computer science.
Right.
Like they had a green screen and they did stuff with the green screen.
Okay,
yeah. And then what kind of happened is when COVID happened, everyone was using technology and then it just kind of, that's kind of, so. Taylor, we should be right.
Okay, so with that, I don't know, as a closure, these are some of the vetted programs and they have been, normally we check them and they are, we do visits, and I think one of the most, some of the most impressive that I personally visited were here and are very, things that we wish and that we talk about over and over. And we just hope it's an inspiration to keep innovating and moving forward.
What's the date of the Hoffman Awards this year?
What's the what?
The date of the Hoffman Awards,
8th,
May 8th.
so Wednesday,
Buy your tickets.
yes.
So a point of note, the reason why I use the word spark is because it's from the Search Institute, which developed the developmental assets, which is a part of Project Cornerstone.
I understand.
And spark is their terminology. So,
Now I know.
But that's the reason why I'm using terminology that has meaning and context for our district and developmental asset training that we have.
Okay,
No problem.
thank you. So with that, we move to the next is is where we are running a little bit late, and the next point will be, the next item in our agenda will be comments from the board and superintendent. So as usual, we stand down the road.
I am excited to be getting ready to go off to Washington DC this weekend, and next week we're doing federal advocacy on behalf of California schools. So that's what my focus is.
Since we're running a little late, I just wanted to quickly just share one thing. So with Project Cornerstone, at Cumberland, I hadn't even heard about it before we had done it at Ellis. But there's this Expect Respect that you can do, kind of like a branch off program with 4th and 5th graders. So I've been working on that, and it was just a really fun thing to be a part of. The kids made these issue boxes and had other kids write in about issues that happened at lunch and recess. And essentially like their main goal was to figure out how to make lunchtime and recess more inclusive and welcoming of all students. And so that was kind of the main, they had a lot of reasons, they came up with that goal, they got some issues in the issue box, and then they created kind of a mini presentation to do it in assembly. So they kind of broke into groups, hitting on 3 different kind of aspects of how you can make it more welcoming and inclusive. One was about playing fair, another one was about like practicing empathy. They did little skits, they even like asked questions to the audience. Anyway, they just presented those last week. And it was just cool. It was cool to be a part of it and see these kids do it. It was an interesting space of, in all reality, I don't know how much those presentations are going to necessarily change the behaviors of the kids who were watching, but the 20 kids who were a part of the group who were meeting with us every week, right? Like hopefully it actually made a big difference for them, right? Every time we talked about welcoming inclusive spaces at lunch and recess. And anyways, it was just a really fun thing to be a part of, and I wanted to share that with you guys.
I was telling Michelle earlier in the meeting that it's a lot of months this month, by which I mean it is Poetry Month, it is Autism Awareness Month, and it is Arab American Heritage Month. I know that the district and Linda and Shinshin in particular have been doing some autism events at the various schools, and I want to thank them for doing that. I think it's a fantastic idea. I really love Poetry Month, and it's just I love reading. This is so niche. Arabic love poems, and it's like, oh my God, I didn't know you could do that with words. It's like incredible, just like, and I know it's even like, in translation, but even so, it's like amazing. I try to read a book of poetry every April. I had a meeting facilitated by Naomi from the high school district with a group of Muslim students from the high school district who had asked for this, and I want to clarify that this was a meeting that was asked for by those students, and if a similar group of Jewish students was to ask to have this meeting, I would also attend that meeting. But they wanted to speak specifically about the experience that they have had as visibly Muslim students after October 7th and their experiences then. And some of the things that they asked to do were mentioning Ramadan and how celebrating Ramadan can affect a student, especially with a high school student with testing and everything. And on that note, I also want to say that in addition to being a lot of months, it is also a lot of holidays. We celebrated Easter recently and Passover and Ramadan, and Persian celebrated Nowruz, and several Southeast Asian countries celebrated their New Year. And one of the other things that they mentioned that I had never really thought about was that they requested that the word terrorist, when used as a slur, should be taken as seriously as when the N-word is used for a Black student. And that was just mind-blowing to me because I went to school, I was in high school when 9/11 happened. My husband is Lebanese American, and we just had never thought of it that way. It is a very, very valid thing to say, and I just respect these students so much. I just saw a lot of really awesome students last month, these students who were advocating for themselves in this way with the high school district, and also the wonderful performances from the students at the SEF Showcase, the cooking class, the orchestra and the choir from SMS, and I just want to say that I believe the children are our future, and they're fantastic. Thank you.
That changed in itself.
I was thinking about it. Yes.
So I sent you, I have not yet sent in my packet stuff, I'm gonna send them into my comments, activities into Jesus. I did wanna mention about summer school. I was thinking, and we were talking a little bit about summer school this morning in packet review. And you know, because we just got a summer school update from the district, we've been really busy with the strategic plan. Last year around this time, we got a preview, so this year we got a report instead. And I would just say that, you know, I ended up going back and watching last year's board meeting presentation, so, and I think that it was really interesting to really look at and listen to the culture that's being created at the middle school. I mean, at the summer school, particularly in the hands-on and project-based learning spaces and the culturally responsive teaching. And it's this very positive culture that's being created there. And I'm hoping that there's a way, number one, that any kid who needs to be in summer school can get into summer school, that there's enough capacity for students who need it, regardless of what school they're at. And then the second thing is that we can carry that culture forward into our classrooms. So while watching last year's presentation, the really nice Stanford lady made a comment. She said, we have teachers from Florida and Texas coming here for the summer, can you believe it? And I was like, yes, I can believe it. They are coming here for a culturally responsive teaching with Stanford. It's our awesome, school, like, yes. Anyway, I just hope that we can find a way to attract more of our teachers to be a part of that and find out what some of the barriers might be and also make sure that the kids who still are recovering from a year of online learning in many ways and the impacts of that and whatever other impacts we have, that we can do that. And then the second thing is, Ward, I don't know how you feel about it, because we've talked about it like a couple of years in a row, and we keep bringing it up. I keep bringing it up, but last year when I watched that presentation, and one thing that Jonathan Watts said to us was, he said, we looked into academic intensive programs. He had gone to one for like a academic recovery math, and that it was expensive, so it wasn't something you could do for a lot of kids. But I'm wondering if there's any interest in, like, if there's any way to direct the district towards looking at that for a cohort of kids. Because if you have a kid in 6th grade, maybe this is something that'll come out from the strategic plan, but if you had a kid in 6th grade, the idea is that they could possibly make up a grade level per summer.
Yeah.
And you can't, and they said it's,
But we can't discuss that.
yeah. Okay, so, but I'm just sharing my thoughts. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I haven't sent my activities, hopefully I will remember and do Jesus this time, sometimes I do forget. But it was an extremely busy month. A lot of walkathons have been going on. They were all great. Our kids are very cute, all of them. We had the showcase from SEF. It was an amazing event, and we saw also our super cute kids doing amazing things. We got quite a few, and all the organizations have been meeting as CLSBA and SCCSBA and Hoffman Awards, and it feels like every other hour there is something happening with somebody and the district. But yeah, it has been a very interesting month. One of many things I did end up last weekend doing an impromptu driving to Southern California to check some of the UCs that my kid got. But we kind of knew that he was just gonna do something more locally, but he wanted to just make sure that he was doing the right decision. So sure, I take you. So that's why I was absent for a couple of days at the beginning of the week. But then, and then very excited about next week. I'll be traveling in the morning to, in the morning of the Saturday to Washington DC, and it will be a fully packed week. It promised to be very interesting for advocacy, federal advocacy for our public education and for our schools. So we'll learn more about that next time. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for today.
Okay, just one thing real quick, I wanna encourage everyone to attend the Fremont High School District Foundation event tomorrow night. It's from 5 o'clock to 8:30 at the Quinlan Center. I forget how much it costs, $50 or something like that. It's just really important to support our partners. They came to our SEF event, and so we can support them as well. That's all I have.
Okay, so now we are going to the next item on the agenda, which will be comments from the Sunnyvale Education Association. If there is any member representing this body who wishes to speak, please raise your hand or raise your hand on Zoom. Nope, since none, then we move to the next item, which will be item 9, comments from the California School Employees Association. If there is any person from this body who wishes to speak to us, please raise your hand. Seeing none, then we move forward. Comments from the public. So this portion of the agenda provides an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the governing board on any item of interest to the public. However, provision of the Brown Act, Government Code 54954 .2a and .3 preclude any action being taken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Time limits allocated to public testimony are 3 minutes per person or 20 minutes per public comments as a maximum. Speakers are asked to give their name and affiliation so that there is an accurate record that it will be reflected in the minutes. And we have 3 cards for general comments, and we're gonna start with Graham Studley. Welcome, you may have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Graham, and I'm a student at SMS. I am just one of many students at SMS that would be interested in a zero-period geometry class. I surveyed around 25 students in my Math 7-8 class at school, and around 19 of them said that they would be interested in zero-period geometry, and all the students that said they weren't interested also said that they weren't planning on taking geometry anyway. Having 75% of students in Math 7-8 wanting to take geometry next year, despite many teachers and parents recommending strongly against it, and removing an elective from their option, shows just how much many students at SMS want to excel and want to be challenged at school. Which leads me to my first point. Many students, including me at SMS, feel as though we are not being challenged enough in math and other subjects, and are therefore bored. When students are bored at school, they become uninterested in their work, which can cause them to stop doing their homework and participating in class discussions, or according to the National Institute of Health. Taking geometry seems like a solution to this boredom. However, many of these excelling students also participate in a music elective like band or orchestra, which raises another issue. My peers and I feel as though we have to choose between music and math. Many students feel pressure to be good at math from both their peers and their parents, but on the other side, many students feel like they will be behind on their instrument if they skip a year of band or orchestra leading to a final issue. At SMS, since many students decide to do geometry instead of an elective, there's a lack of 8th graders in many electives such as 7-8 band, 7-8 orchestra, theater, and leadership, all of which are 7-8 exclusive. This causes the teachers that lead these classes to basically have to start over from scratch, which leads to poorer performance and a harder job for the teachers. I understand that zero-period geometry is not a perfect solution with many cost and human resources issues, but I believe that anything better than what we currently have is worth at least piloting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good, so the next one, we'll have Ambrosius though. Come on, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Ambrosia Studley. I have a 4th grader at Fairwood, a 7th grader, Graham, at SMS, and a 10th grader at Fremont who went up through both of those schools. I'd like to ask the board to support Mr. Iwasaki bringing zero-period geometry for 8th graders at SMS like it is offered at Columbia Middle School. As it is, 8th grade electives is a challenging choice for kids on the accelerated math track who are also in band, leadership, and theater. Because it means if they want to stay on that advanced math track, they can't have a proper elective and they have 1 less year experience in that chosen elective when they get to high school. Or they will be 1 year behind their trajectory in math. Also, this is a brain drain on these electives as many 8th graders choose advanced math track over their elective. Zero period isn't ideal. Nobody should take more than 2 math classes at a time. And 8th graders who choose geometry as their elective are still taking that 8th grade algebra class. And students shouldn't have to go to school before 8:30 a.m. This is all part of the bigger problem of math pathways as currently laid out. But a zero-period geometry would address the current reality and meet the academic needs of these band, leadership, and theater kids. I know the argument against geometry. I know it's not recommended. But for some, like my 7th grader, this is what he needs. Also, I recently learned that there's no drama class at Columbia, and I find that really disheartening. I understand the 2 schools are different in size and focus, but all students need that class of choice to sustain and anchor their school day. All 8th graders end up at Fremont or Homestead and have to perform and compete academically and otherwise with students from the other school district who have more academic and elective choices. And I'd like the board to keep that reality in mind. We aren't asking for special treatment, we're just asking you to meet our students' academic needs and to prepare 8th graders for high school. Please consider piloting a zero-period geometry class next year at SMS.
Thank you. And the next person, the next card will be Michelle Eugenie. Come on, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Michelle Eugenie. I am here as the president of the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. But first, as a parent, my 9th grader had to make that horrible choice when he was in 7th grade about his elective options for 8th grade, which he'd been looking forward to, and he had virtual school for 6th grade, so that was his only year for an elective. He took geometry. Anyway, he's turned out okay, but I hate that choice has really influenced so many of our kids and their futures and realities of loving school or not. But as Eileen alluded to earlier, why I'm here is to share that it is indeed National Poetry Month, and the Sunnyvale Education Foundation has helped the district to purchase stacks of poetry books. I just borrowed one of these from the room in there, so hopefully Julie's not listening because she's like, "What? You took one of my books?" But this one is destined for Ellis, and we have books going to all of the schools, and they are celebrating National Poetry Month, and I encourage you all to go and visit our campuses sometime this month to see one of the poetry walks that are posted on campus. We know it's testing month, and this is a nice release, something fun and refreshing to do. So with my minute and 45, I want to point out 2 of the books that we're giving. These are going to the elementary schools. Skin Again by Bell Hooks, a beautiful book when you're talking about with the strategic plan and our vision for a portrait of a learner, knowing every student by name. The skin I'm in is just a covering. It cannot tell my story. That's the summary on that one. Pick it up, it's gorgeous. But also this poetry comics, brand new, absolutely spectacular. I think every school should have this, find this in your elementary school libraries when you go to visit. But I'm gonna read you a poem real fast. I'm talking too fast. My apologies. This is called Becoming by Grant Snyder from Poetry Comics. And the beauty of Poetry Comics is it has art to go with the words that really bring it to life. A bulb is becoming a flower. The rain is becoming a puddle. An egg is becoming a bird. A puddle is becoming blue sky. Today is becoming better and better. The fading light is becoming the night. These words are becoming a poem. What are you becoming? Whatever you set your heart to. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, that was great. Okay, and then our next comment is from Chad Dalton.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Chad Dutton. I'm with the NorCal Carpenters Union. I represent over 7,000 members that live and work within Santa Clara and San Benito counties. I'm here today to talk about workforce labor language and why it's important to not only the union, but it should be important to the school district and to the community as a whole. Workforce labor language would include things like a certificated apprenticeship program. And as a school district, this is important to train the individuals to be ready to go out into the world, especially into the working world. Construction field with us can be a very dangerous place. It's very important for all of our apprentices and our journey people to be trained in the scope of work that they do, in particular with carpentry. So we also reach out for local hire language. Local hire language would be individuals that live within Santa Clara County that can come and help work here and still live here and afford to live here, which can be quite a task. So I put myself out here. I will give you my work card. Please feel free to reach out to me in regards to any kind of collaboration that you want to have with Carpenters Union and how we can help make it a safer and healthier community for both school district and Sunnyvale. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, oh,
One online.
oh, yes, do we have people online? Yes, please go ahead. These are about the public comments. With none that are not agendized, please go ahead.
her hand.
Huh?
They lowered their hand.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. With that, we move to the next item in the agenda. Yes, which will be item number 11, which is consent agenda items. Any item on the consent agenda is subject to review and discussion prior to being approved by the board. If necessary, any item may be removed for separate action. The public may address the board regarding any items on the consent agenda. With that, if there is any member of the public who would like to speak about item number 11, please raise your hand now or give us a card. Seeing none, then we move forward. Board, can we have a motion?
I move approval of the consent agenda as listed.
I'll second that.
Okay, any comments or questions? Okay, so everybody who wants to approve the agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, with that, we pass item 11, the consent agenda items. We move to item 12 in tonight's agenda, that's review and action. And with that, the first item will be 12A, the award of proposal and contract for food service management company FSMC. Please go ahead.
Okay, good evening. My name is Edgar. I'm the child nutrition supervisor. So for this year's RFP, we'd have two viable candidates. So we did our mandatory tour at CMS and San Miguel. But at the end, we only received one final proposal, written proposal. So we are requesting the board for final approval. And I'm also here for any question you might have.
Did you say you got two
Viable candidates, yes.
viable candidates? Okay,
Two came to the.
two came and then.
To the tour, yes.
And then you did two tours, but then Sodexo was the only one that submitted?
Yes, at the very end, yeah.
Do you have, can you, why?
Hmm?
Why did
Why
we
have
have
those
to
three
do
schools?
So we're gonna,
Yes,
Oh, sorry,
with
sorry,
that,
sorry,
yes,
sorry.
well,
We're gonna get
well,
there.
it wasn't
Okay.
clarified,
Thank
but
you.
okay.
Okay.
Let's have then, let's start with comments from the public, if any person of the public who would like to have any comments or questions about item 12A, please raise your hand now. Seeing none, then we move forward. Board, we have, well, this is an action, so do we have a motion so we can talk about this? A motion,
I move to approve.
a second?
I'll second.
Okay, with that, then we can now talk. No, go
Okay.
ahead.
So
So why those two schools?
Yeah, what happened to the other one? Did they just?
They just didn't submit a final written proposal, yeah.
this is not a casual process, correct? This is a very formalized
Yes,
process?
yes,
Can you
there-
just like give us the broad overview, because it's not like, hey, you just showed up that day, it's like very structured, right?
Correct, yeah. So they show up to the tour, and then after the tour is conducted, they have a deadline to submit questions for us, and then we answer those appropriately, and then after that, they have a deadline to submit a final written proposal, which the second candidate did not do.
Okay, and the two schools that they tour were an example for every school or?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
We just chose, those two schools are currently being audited, so we chose those to tour as well.
Makes sense. Good, so is there any more questions regarding this? Comments? Okay, with that, then we're gonna vote. If anyone wants to approve this action, please say aye. Aye? Okay, with that, it passed.
Okay,
Congratulations.
thank you so much.
Congratulations, and
Thank you.
thanks to the team from Sodexo for being here. We're
Yes.
excited to continue our partnership.
And before we move to the
Wait,
next
hold
one.
on, before you go fast. And then I just, based on I think some of the questions, we will sometime in the next few months get have like a
Yes.
study session to talk about
Yeah, like we
food,
usually do.
nutritional, kind of answer some of the
Was
questions.
it up for the end of the year? Do we have time to do that for the end of the year?
Might be at the beginning of next year,
Or June.
maybe June. We have all July.
Okay, so and this is the last item that is somehow related with some of the last work that our CBO did. And that's why we have her here, they are all CBO. So and with
Retiring,
that,
but not-
retiring, not old. So with that, we would like to present with a little token of appreciation for her last board meeting, that will be.
Laura, you gotta come walk down here one more time.
Should we take a picture for it?
Or you wanna take a picture?
This is great, because Maureen loves the attention.
As you-
All up there. Yay.
We can wear red now and not.
We're going to honor the spirit of child nutrition with this box of Caesars.
Yes.
Do you want-
Nothing says nutrition like a box of chocolates.
Thank you.
Oh, come on, bring it, come on, this
Great adventure.
Yeah, we all.
How are we doing, Leah?
Squish. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
We very much appreciate everything that you've done. Sorry to be
Very excited to talk about all those marathons and things that you're gonna be doing.
In 2 weeks.
Oh, your shoes already look really fun.
I love my bling.
Oh,
Thank you.
Meeting, yeah. And I was so wrong. Okay, so the next item will be 12B, approval of expanded learning opportunities program or ELOP funding plan. And for that, we have our Director of Student Services, is online?
Tasha's gonna do it.
No,
Okay,
I'm
and then
presenting
Tasha.
for,
Perfect.
yes. So, this is our updated plan for our ELOP, funding, giving a summary of some of the updated responsibilities that we have in relationship to these funds. It's also includes the spending plan that goes with that. And in this document, you'll see lots of different details, and some of the highlights of that is how we are running our after-school programming. We'll be shifting just a little bit and helping us to have a greater focus on some of the programmings, and also the intention of the ELOP funds, which is to ensure that those who may not have as many after-school programming options are given the first priority in our programming options. And we're doing a diligent job to do that, and some of those highlights are included in this particular updated document as it relates to the extended learning opportunities in our district. And with that, we'd like your consideration and discussion around this updated plan and approval.
Perfect. So with these, we're gonna start with comments from the public for this particular item, is 12B. If there is any, please raise your hand. Okay, since we see none, then we can move to the board. Can we have a motion so we can start discussing this?
I move to approve the item.
Okay, a second?
I'll second that.
Good. So with that, we can open our discussions, comments, and questions regarding this particular item. Who wants to start? Okay, so we have some from the package. Let's see.
I'm curious about the relationship that this plan has to right at school. Like, do we instruct them to follow these guidelines?
Yes, so that's one of the vendors we brought on in order to be able to expedite some of the funding that we've received. And where we prioritize is where we don't currently have what's considered our ACEs and also our kids learning after school programming. So those programs we started initially was for Sunnyvale Middle School. Sunnyvale Middle School did not have after school programming. So we brought them in order to capture students who wanted those opportunities first there. And the way the funding works and the programming works for ELOP is that we have to prioritize that and do that. And then later, if other students want to join, they have an opportunity, but we must first prioritize the first group of students. And then we move that programming to Cherry Chase and Cumberland, which is the same priority for those students. So we're prioritizing the same students, but we've used that vendor in order to fill a gap where we previously did not have after-school programming for those particular students.
So at SMS, we have like, how many students would qualify at Sunnyvale Middle School?
I'm not sure how many will qualify, but I know we started with an initial all families who did qualify. We started that particular vendor with 30 open slots. We wanted to start there, see how it goes. So it's kind of a pilot year. I don't know our most recent enrollment. Last I checked, we had 9 students who were actively attending on a daily basis, and more students who are considering. But we started that pilot program with 30 slots for Sunnyvale Middle.
With 30 slots of availability.
That is correct.
Yeah, but there is more than 30 who would meet qualification.
That is correct. But they have not,
So like if
for
there
whatever
were-
reasons, we don't know them all, but they have not answered that they want that programming at this time.
So, I would say as a, did you have something else or can I answer something? Can I say?
Go ahead, I'll.
Okay, I would say as a kind of follow-up as you were talking about that, what's been the outreach, right? Because traditionally, those are the families that are hardest for us to connect with. So has there been success in actually connecting with them and them actually saying, no, we're not interested, or is the gap, we haven't been able to connect, like there's, to know if they're wanted or not?
No, we've been really intentional, and I really appreciate the work that Mr. Slayton and our outreach program manager have been doing, because we've been utilizing our outreach assistants as a part of this work. So we have our typical, what we do is the reach out, but we've also added text messaging and phone calling to all of that. And our outreach are actually targeting families based upon either connecting with them in classrooms, to students back to the home, or because a lot of those families are at the campus, the outreach assistants are having conversations. I would just say middle school is something, to be honest, is something we're gonna have to figure out as a district. It's either our branding, but middle school is a tough age to get kids who want to stay after school other than for what they really want. If they don't want it, they're not staying. Before or after doing, I mean, it's that time span, so we just have to figure out our middle school community a little bit more.
Starbucks.
Say that again?
Can we bribe them with Starbucks? I know at SMS, like,
I think
that Starbucks down the road.
I feel good though with this particular vendor and also some of the other things that we have forthcoming. We just have to be more intentional, continue talking with our students. I think parents, families have some of the interest, but that interest definitely has to align with the students as well at the middle school level.
Yeah, like when I first got on the board, Michelle and I went to that thing, I think I talked about it a year ago, because I just saw it on the video when I was watching Paul's presentation about this. But it was that thing about summer school and getting middle schoolers and getting kids into summer school in the middle school and high school timeframe. And just that they said that that it was really difficult to, like, everybody says they want their kids to have a leg up and to do better, but with this one lady down in do you remember what district she was from? She was a superintendent from, she might have been the one from Gilroy who just retired, or somewhere in the south side. But she was basically saying, you know, if you quantify the amount that you're giving them, if you don't just say like, hey, it's free, this is for you, like, let's stop talking about these programs as free, and let's say, this is an expensive premier program, and we're paying this a ton of money for your kid to be enrolled in this, and so, here, this is for you, this is $4,000 for you for the school year, for your kid to get better academically and socially, and, you know,
So you're not
to
just giving them
succeed.
4,000, but you're helping them
And so
see
you
that
can walk
this
away
is
from
a
that, or you
$4,000
can take it,
program.
what are you gonna do? And like, then it's like, it kind of quantified it for them, and they found that
That's
to
not
be
bad.
very successful with families, because that made sense to them. And then the other thing that we heard from the same people was that having, I think is what you're talking about, is maybe something that's more engaging, that doesn't feel like an after-school remedial math thing. It feels like, hey, we're doing real-world learning or something that's hands-on. It's like,
Fun summer school stuff we do.
yeah, in summer school stuff, but like maybe if we brought that to the after school. So is that what you mean when you say we're working on other things? Is that the kind of thing, or?
Yeah, just having a blend and having a better understanding of who our students are. Like, we really have to get a handle on that a little bit more, and we made a lot of progress with that this year, but I think that is still a great spot for us as a district. And this process of strategic planning has really enlightened us in a few new areas. That rural view is really important. I mean, even the gentleman tonight who presented from the Carpenters, that caught my eye, because that leads to life experiences. So if they have something they offer, things like that connect to the real world is really powerful for middle school students, and it also transitions them well to high school and beginning to think about what the future holds. So I just think we have to be a little bit more in tune, maybe than we've been as a school district, to be very honest.
And ELP just started this year, like SMS just started recently, right?
That is correct, and that has come through the benefit of the new ELOP funds, so that afforded us new funding. And the way we've approached the funding is not just to do anything, but to try to look at programs that, one, have capacity, that's really important, that have good staff. Secondly, because there's a lot of programs out there, I think I get probably 5-6 emails a day about a new program that is the best one. So we're just trying to vet based upon also the tiers that our sites have told us, and then also the kids. So that's performing arts, that's sport programming, digital, and music. Those are the themes that we get from our schools, and those also resonate with our middle school students. So we're looking at vendors who have the capacity. If we say, okay, yes, this is a good one, we want you to serve all 10 of our schools. And when we get that with some vendors, they don't have the capacity. So that's why we're vetting that first and then going from there. And we have 2 other new programs that we're also piloting now to see how the quality of their programming is, what are our students saying and what are schools saying, so that when we start next school year, we'll kind of have our bundle together to be sure we're able to support our core programming. And then we have some ideas on how we can tier more on, but we want to start with the core of who we're responsible to serve first and then build from there.
And as you mentioned, the gentleman with the card, we do have a wood shop at SMS, we just don't have teachers. We just need a teacher.
Actually, both schools.
Huh?
Yeah,
Both
both schools, yeah.
They also retire, the teacher in the other schools with that.
Yeah, it's one of those,
So
yeah.
I keep leaving my card every time I see anything related with carpenter, like, if you have a middle school teacher, please call us, we need some.
Yeah.
That's such a great elective.
Yeah, and that's why ROP is so amazing, because you can kind of take that industry experience and couple it with being able to teach in public ed. It's a wonderful combination. I just wish they did it a little earlier, to be very honest.
Yes.
And so these kids are qualified for the bus transportation
Yes,
automatically by being in ELOP?
that is, yes, and hats off to Mr. Burns for making that happen for us. That's been amazing, actually.
Perfect. Okay.
Sorry, one more. I'm curious about, I know that often our special ed students are behind academically, and if KLAS has the infrastructure, I guess, to accept those students with higher support needs, so that if they needed to have that intervention, that they could also be supported in an after-school program.
Well, that's kind of 3-part question, so I'll answer it first that way. So first and foremost, are special education students allowed access? The answer is yes. However, students who have more moderate or significant needs, no, but it's not because they're not welcome, it's really because of the level of support they need, and it's not equipped from a IEP access that is not appropriate education for them. So that's number one. So, but yes, those students are and have been a part of the programming for some time. I would say we've strengthened that significantly over the last 2 years and doing a better job of ensuring that those students are present. And for students who might just need a little bit more, being sure that we have staffing support to do that. This year, we actually added 2 behavior technicians who are 8 hours so that they could actually do that very exact thing, to be present in our Kids Learning After School program, so that we can support students who might need a little bit more socioemotionally and behaviorally so that they can access the program. So that's that part. With regards to intervention and tutoring, we are approaching that a little bit different than the KLES program. And there is some of that enrichment in that programming, but that's actually happening a little bit different. So if students are, if we are intervening with students after school, they may leave their KLES programming, do their intervening, and then return back to it. So it's a little bit different. And we separate that out a little bit just because of the targetedness that's needed sometimes for either the tutorials or actually specific academic intervention for students.
So you have the kids taken away from the play area for half an hour, they go and get math and then come back. Who is giving the math? Para-educator?
No, it's very school site to school site, but it is usually based upon either a para and or a teacher who have chosen or have the flexibility to provide that based upon that school site's programming. What we've been looking for, which has been close to impossible to find so far, I can say, is someone who provides after-school intervention and support. That is a much more challenging item to support for. Most programs have really pivoted to wanting to offer you a virtual option where students are on a screen. It's a live person, but in-person programming, even some of the vendors that we use prior to the pandemic that we used, like when we had maybe an expulsion situation or other unique programming, many of them have pivoted to digital and virtual supports, but we continue to look for options. And so as we're looking at some of this new programming this year, as we're working with our principals now, we're looking at either instructional coaches or some of the teachers maybe having shifts in their schedule so that they can extend their day to after school and be able to provide tutorials at the school site. So we're working through some of those logistics to see if we can be flexible in staff schedules in order to provide that support.
And I want to say thank you, Tasha, for being so intentional with inclusion of the special ed. I don't think we say that enough, so thank you.
Okay. So, well, thank you for putting this together and for all the work that went with this presentation and all the information that you gave to us. And with that, can we have a vote? If everybody wants to approve this item, please say aye.
Aye.
And with that, we approve item 12.b in tonight's agenda, and now we are moving to 12.c, and for that, we have a Grant, First Director of Facilities and Operations. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, board. Tonight is a follow-up agenda item from the previous board meeting in regards to site improvements at multiple sites, installation of digital marquees, installation of shade structures, and site improvements. Due to the lead time of a couple of the materials designated on this project, we are asking the board for delegation of authority to enter into an agreement with the contractor as long as there is no bid protest between the time of bids received and 72 hours later. I'm happy to address any and all questions relating to this topic.
Okay, before that, we need to start with public questions, and so we are opening now the comments on public questions on this. Yes?
One online.
Okay, on this particular item, item 12C. So the time allocated to public testimony is 3 minutes per person with a 20-minute maximum for all the comments. Speakers are asked to give their names and affiliations so that an accurate record is protected in the minutes. Per or by law, the board shall not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, act, or omissions during public comments. We encourage speakers to discuss issues with civility, to treat people whose opinions differ from their own with respect, and to focus on ideas, policies, and value. And with that, I think we can open first with online to start with. Check it up a little.
We have Shruti Gopinathan.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes and you can see the timer on the screen. Please start telling us your name and school affiliation.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Shruti Gopinathan and I'm a Sunnyvale homeowner and I volunteer with Mothers After in Silicon Valley. I am on this call today to urge you to please reconsider the installation of artificial turf in our school playgrounds and instead choose engineered wood fiber or EWF. There's credible research that supports EWF as a safer, more environmentally friendly option. It offers better protection for our children. It's free from harmful chemicals like PFAS associated with artificial turf. Moreover, this aligns with our community's values and health and sustainability. I do want to mention that whatever action decision that you take around setting the standards for playground materials will set precedent for other school districts, because Sunnyvale School District is one of the progressive school districts in the Bay Area. So we want to be really thoughtful about the kind of playground materials that is getting used. So let's make a decision that prioritizes the well-being of our children and our environment. And I want to thank you for considering this vital change.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we move to our comments and cards on site, and we're gonna start with Andrea Wall, SBAL, for CFNPS, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes and the timer is on the screen.
Hi, my name is Andrea Wall, longtime Sunnyvale resident and member of Community for Natural Play Surfaces. That's what that stands for. I'm really not sure what to say tonight. It's been quite frustrating doing all we can do to educate you, board members, superintendent, principal, and staff, on how harmful artificial turf is and better choices you can and should be making for your students. All this effort seems to fall on deaf ears. Are those whose advice you are following truly that knowledgeable? I don't believe any of them, specifically that architect that spoke at the last meeting, are scientists nor doctors. Have the expertise nor researched as thoroughly as those whose materials we have already shared via email and in our speeches. Your paid architect is not a doctor. How can she be an expert on the health impacts of artificial turf? There has been a lot of research by qualified experts, doctors, scientists, etc., saying artificial turf does have a great many negative health and environmental impacts. And your architect is not an expert on microplastic pollution. Isn't the research that has been done on this and shared with you proof enough that artificial turf is shedding microplastics along with toxic chemicals into our drinking water? And once again, I need to point out that artificial turf does not contribute towards environmental performance on any LEED credits, has been brought up by certain board members. Honestly, have you all truly done your research into this serious issue? Can you or those you are relying on see into the future? Why not even err on the side of caution and take the more environmentally sustainable, healthy path? Your decisions now will be lasting ones whose true impact might not actually be quantifiable for years to come, when those children are grown and start experiencing illnesses that could possibly have been avoided. And by then, all of you will have moved on and others will take your place in the decision-making process. Please do not approve the current proposal to cover the school playgrounds with artificial turf, and do take a chance on all the natural material we've been suggesting, engineered wood fiber. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next card is Courtney Jansen.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Jansen. I have a student in the San Miguel Juntos program, and obviously I'm a Sunnyvale parent. I was going to talk about why you shouldn't choose artificial turf as our playground surface materials, but you guys all know that, both from public comments today and last time, as well as the emails I sent you. You also have, hopefully, the picture that I sent you of the artificial turf that's in the kinder yard at San Miguel that is already breaking apart and has little blades and pieces of plastic, and it's less than a year old. So imagine for a minute what it's going to be doing 6, 7, 8 years down the road. Since you know all the things about artificial turf that are bad, I'm going to give you a different ask tonight, or an adjacent ask tonight. If you're going to put artificial turf in our playgrounds as a playground surface material, I'd ask you to consider a hybrid solution. So put artificial turf in some and do engineered wood fiber in others. That will give you a chance to see what the engineered wood fiber can do as an alternative natural option instead. I'm also going to ask that you remove references to artificial turf as an option for things like the facilities master plan or other RFPs, requests for bids, or contracts that you have, so that it is not explicitly called out as an option for use at the district. I'd like you to reach out to an expert on the health effects of PFAS chemicals. Dr. Cindy Russell is on the Santa Clara County Medical Association, which is a group that opposes the installation of artificial turf in our communities. She's also local. Have her give a presentation to the board about the negative health effects on artificial turf. You should also reach out to an expert on the environmental impact and water pollution caused by artificial turf. Dr. Carla Bennett of the Public Employees of Environmental Responsibility is based on the East Coast, but she's an expert in this area. You could have her do a Zoom presentation, or if not, I'm sure she could recommend someone local who can present, again, as an expert on the environmental pollution caused by artificial turf. Also, I think you should develop a plan to bring more nature back to our campuses. This includes things to replace the hardscape. It's in line with what you guys talked about in the board meeting last time. It will replace the hardscape, like I said, help cool our campuses, and also improve our student mental health. We all know that our students are struggling with mental health, and we all know that exposure to nature helps with that. It also is in line with the state's extreme heat action plan. That plan should be developed with input from organizations like the Trust for Public Land. That is a group, a nonprofit that is working on greening, if you will, for schoolyards in Oakland. There is also Green Schoolyards, which I think is a national organization that works on similar work. So there are lots of resources out there, and I ask that you please reach out to them. Finally, since my public comment card was filled out wrong, I want to make one other point, which is that I admit I know nothing about middle school math here. That as someone with a bachelor's in music and a bachelor's in engineering, no one should have to choose between music and math. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, we can start our comment session from the board. We need a motion to start. Who wants to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the.
Okay, who wants the second?
I'll second.
Okay, comments and questions?
I've got a quick question for Brant. I'm just curious your thoughts about the suggestion of doing, like trying the engineered wood fiber at a few of the sites, with the other sites being artificial. Kind of pros and cons of that, or what are your thoughts? Sorry to put you on the spot.
I think maybe start with what the impact would be on the bid process, and then maybe start there.
Okay, so I actually like, Courtney, my ears perked up. I like when there's like alternative solutions proposed. So I will say that definitely comment here. So right now I'm asking for the bid to delegate authority. That is because of the timeline that we're up against. Changes can be made still to the design package. It would be a rush to do so, but it is possible. It would require re-engineering, depending on how many playgrounds we're going to consider EWF on. It would be an expense to the contractor to redesign to make sure that we're designing them for EWF. And other than that, that would be the total impact in regards to the project currently. As far as installing EWF on our sites, I believe that it could be an ongoing maintenance issue for the district, one that I am not entirely confident that we could maintain at the levels of safety as well as compliance.
And as you mentioned today, we will need to hire more people in order, because then you will have your employees dedicating 3 full days to actually compact it in order to be safe.
Yeah, so I'll say that that was in generalities. I have not done a study because we do not have any EWF on any of our campuses. So I can't say how often our grounds crew would need to go to each site to maintain EWF to the appropriate levels of ADA accessibility as well as safety fall precautions. So I can tell you that if we were to install EWF at all of our campuses, I would confidently be going to Arthur and saying, Arthur, we need to consider adding additional full-time employees to the operations staff because our crew would not be able to maintain.
Ongoing maintenance.
Correct. That is my concern.
As he was explaining to me today that the first day when they recompacted and re-put it, then the kids will get with a wheelchair, but if they do that this Friday, Monday they can do it, but then by next Friday it's gonna be challenging, they probably won't be able to do it. So it needs to actually be recompacted, very intense and redo every week.
Yeah.
Is that EWF or is that TANBAR? Because I know those are different.
EWF.
It would be true, both.
Correct. I don't think I would not recommend the board to consider just regular wood chips at all, period.
Yeah.
EWF being a separate category.
A quick question about the, we were sent a photograph of the material, and for me, when I saw it, it said that this was the filler, that little beads, right, the little coated sand things.
Correct.
Like, that was kind of concerning, but then I think the filler is actually not something it's not like stuffing, it's not like a pillow.
You put it on top.
It's sprinkled on top.
Yeah.
right?
Yep, would you like me to go in a little bit on that one?
Yeah.
So I believe that the picture you're referencing from San Miguel showed the EnviroFill infill. Infill is that glass sand / product that you put on top of the turf in order to prop the blades up and gives it some extra cushioning. That is not the primary component that you test when you fall drop something. That is something there for more of aesthetics as well as reducing heat island effect. That's the component of that infill. That is on top of the turf, not coming up from underneath of it.
Okay. And then, that was one of the doubts, like, why is it leaching? Because it's not really leaching, it's on top of it.
Mm-hmm. And any infill material we put on top of turf would have that same impact. It would move off as kids run over it.
Okay.
Could you remind me what, in this case, that is composed of? What the infill is in the existing AstroTurf at San Miguel?
Yeah, in EnviroFill?
Yeah, is it?
Like silica sand, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like plastic coated sand.
Yep, coated sand, yeah.
And then something that we talked before is that in order to lower the heat effect from the slurry and the black slurry, is gonna be too onerous to do the painting on top, the special painting on top, but we can actually find a compromise in between with the gray slur, that is a light slur that has the pigment inside. It's not that expensive, it's more expensive, but it's way affordable, and we can lower the.
I don't think you said way affordable.
Yeah,
Well,
I was gonna comment on that one, wasn't
Yeah.
So I'll go into that a little bit. I'm glad you brought that up because I should have brought it up when I came up the first time. Yes, so what district staff has done is we've reached out to our design team and asked them to design the black generic overcoat slurry on the rest of the asphalt to be a colored slurry, multiple different providers. So what we're gonna do is do a addendum to the project. Say, contractors, give us the cost to do it this way. We're gonna have it as an ad alternate so that we all can see the cost delta between regular overcoat as well as the color slurry that we're talking about. Because, talked to 3 different people to get it and got 3 different estimates. If we just bid it out that way, we can select the ad alternate or we cannot, whatever works best financially, so.
Okay.
So I think that it's great that we're having the overall discussion, I understand it's very late in the process to have a design discussion like this, so I appreciate you guys responding to that and giving us that option. So would that be an option that you would then decide, like, as part of accepting the bid process, or would you be coming back to the board for that?
Yeah, so we would move forward, we would make a decision as district staff on the cost effectiveness of it. I will say that we believe we would know the board's opinion on it, but just wanted to take a look to make sure that budgetarily it's the right decision, because these projects are maintenance funded, bond funded projects, so.
Like financially feasible.
Yeah, exactly.
And if it seemed to be particularly expensive, I would go to you and say, well, what do you think? But as long as it was relatively within our means, then we would proceed.
And I don't know if you wanna I don't know if you want to open like this slur part, the black tops are about 25,000, and then if we change, it will probably,
I think you're saying we don't know.
Oh, we don't have exact numbers, yeah, but it might be, maybe twice as much, but it's still within the capability, so. It doesn't change, to 1 million from 100,000 was what I mean, it's something that we can somehow probably do.
Yeah, so obviously you wanna, before I go, do you wanna?
I just wanted you to.
They're watching, people are watching this right now, seriously. Don't say too much.
To briefly address the scope of the increase.
Yeah, so So back to the cost delta between overcoat, and so when I say overcoat, I mean just generic black slurry. When I say, tinted colored slurry, that's just the gray overcoat that we're talking about. That's the delineation of the two. So we're talking about 2x, anywhere from 2x to 2.5, and then one estimate today was 3x of the overcoat. So depending on the square footage of the asphalt is going to dictate the price. In regards to the overall cost impact of the project, you're talking anywhere from $175,000 to $350,000 difference.
Okay, with all the schools.
Yes, with all of them, all 4 schools. Eileen looked at me, she's like, oh man.
Okay.
And that is with these 4 schools, that is not talking about the previous schools that we.
So because that will, it's not an addendum anymore, it will be a change of order, and that's different legal animal.
Yep, and depending on how these numbers come in, it could then be something we entertain as a CCD.
So my thought for the artificial turf or whatever is underneath the playgrounds. So, I've been reading all the emails, I've been looking at all the plans, all the information from the district. We're fortunate in a way that we're just talking about a very small piece. We're not talking about, thank God, we're not talking about like ripping out our lawns or anything like that. Like I'm really grateful that we do have a lot of green on most of our campuses when we broke down the surfacing. So we're talking about small spaces. For me, those small spaces, if I had to think about my priorities for those spaces, it would be fall safety and accessibility. Those would be like my non-negotiables. And then after those 2 things, then I would want green, and like maybe other people would want green above everything, or maybe other people would want maintenance and cost and other things before they wanted green. But my green element is right below those 2. And from talking to Eileen a little bit this week, she brought up the idea of, like you brought up the idea of someone not being able to use their cane on EWF, and then your husband going, well, that little girl just doesn't know how to use her cane right. It's like, well,
she's a little girl, she's learning how to use it.
Yeah, like, we're gonna have a trainer there. I mean, I'm laughing about it, but I mean, like, okay, or like the gentleman who was using his wheelchair at the public park, and you told me about that, and you said he could go okay, but he couldn't turn, and I'm like, well, turning's kind of important. Or talking to somebody and they said, well, what can they really do under the play structure, right? Like, and it's like, well, at Fairwood, honestly, the kids in the special day class would go out to the play structure all the time, and like just being in and around the play structure was really cool for them. And there's kids who use, other assisted walking devices. So for me, that's very, very important. Yeah. And so like for me, I don't, like if you say we can do that with EWF and it can be fall safe and it, like that's pretty much gonna be happening there, then I'm cool with it. But otherwise I would not put it there. I just wouldn't. But if you guys wanna do it, like you can outvote me, it's okay.
Yeah, the problem is accessibility and safety for the kids first.
Let me give a little bit of background on so I went to Jollyman Park in Cupertino, and I, like a total weirdo, approached a person in the parking lot who was leaving their car with a wheelchair, and I said, hey, can we do some experiments? And they said yes, and this wonderful person allowed me to try to roll them across, and I am not an experienced wheelchair driver or user, and to that person's, credit, he had a professional person like actually pushing him, and he did say it was a lot easier for him to push this gentleman in the wheelchair on than other surfaces. He said it was, oh yeah, this is easy. For me, it was not easy. Like I don't generally push wheelchairs through anything. So when I was pushing him through, I could push him forward and it was fine. I was having so much trouble, and part of this was because I was scared, but I was having trouble like turning him, taking him backwards or anything like that. But that was my experience as, someone who doesn't generally push wheelchairs. And then to clarify on the point about my husband, I met with some people from the Community Advisory Committee or Special Ed Community Advisory Committee. And one of the moms there said that personally, she would be very opposed to EWF because her daughter wouldn't be able to feel her way through it with her accessibility cane. And then I was like, oh my God, why didn't I think of that? So I went to my husband and he said, yeah, she's just using it wrong. And I was like, I don't know what to do with that information. So he knows how to get through it, but I don't, but accessibility issues with regards to canes that's not something we teach, that's something that kids like learn, and that's a complicated issue too. Yeah, I am curious about the maintenance. Could you tell me more about that? I know that the city has installed it at Encino Park, and I'm curious if their requirements for ADA accessibility are different than ours.
No.
Do you know what their maintenance needs are?
I don't, but I could reach out and talk to him.
I'd appreciate that, because I know Cupertino has had theirs for longer, and I think Encino has just had it installed. I tried to go over there and like walk through it, but it was like completely fenced off. I'm under the impression it's still setting, yeah. And so I feel like if we did do this as a pilot at a few campuses, then it would have time to set over the summer. And it wouldn't be a maintenance thing, but could you clarify?
No, but maintenance in the context of anytime kids move it, you have to like move it.
Right, and that was supposed to be one of the advantages of EWF, because when I went to Jollyman, it wasn't disturbed in the same way that wood chips are. Like I've been to playgrounds that have wood chips and
Those
kids,
move way easier.
and those move way easier. This one, you like, I had to like try to move it, like you had to be a little bit deliberate. I need to confess though that I did go on like a weekday morning, and it wasn't like a lot of rambunctious elementary school students, but that was the impression I got, that it was significantly more difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, so I can follow up with City of Sunnyvale, no problem.
Okay.
As quickly as possible.
Okay.
In regards to their maintenance schedule. So speaking with district around us that has EWF installed, they're having to replenish that thing once a year, and he said that if he wanted to, he could have guys going over there every week to like re-rake it and like work on it.
So
I'm curious who has EWF in that?
Mountain View.
Mountain View, okay.
And Encino Park does have an older installation of EWF nearby, but it's
the one with
it's right by the swings. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Nancy.
yeah, so my experience with EWF is as a early childhood educator, and I can tell you that how younger kids play with it.
With a bucket and pail.
Is a bucket and pail. And they'll bring stuff into the playground area, so it's not gonna be maintained in this pristine manner. We had similar issues, just like with Stan, we have to cover the area because other animals choose to use that area in ways that animals use open spaces. It's difficult to sift, to try and find things in there. There's a dust that can happen as well. And if I'm concerned about falls, the area that has the highest usage, which is right underneath a swing or a slide, is going to be displaced. And we would have to continually re-rake and re-look every time we went out. And I'm not sure that that's realistic in the long term. Yes, it can be compacted, but it needs to, that's expecting that there's going to be only one way of children entering and exiting the area as well. And I'm not sure if that's particularly realistic for the long term.
I have a question about the grass. Is the artificial grass is or artificial turf, whatever. I think we talked earlier about other materials, so other material, it's like that you could sprinkle on top, like that another district used cork, or other like the walnut shell, non-allergenic walnut shell stuff. Like is that, and that gets refreshed every year or 2 years or something, so like instead of sprinkling additional plastic, could we find something else?
Yeah, and so yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in. But yeah, so that is something that we've asked our design team to start working on as well. As an option, instead of any sort of Envirofill or the Tenkate solar shield.
And you said that gets replaced how often?
Generally every year.
Okay,
And
so
and
it's
not
not a
not
permanent-
replaced, replenished, you know, because it too gets displaced from the turf and you just have to reapply.
So that's not a permanent decision, whatever we make.
No,
Yeah.
no. Yeah, the infill material you can cycle out. It's gonna go through the process.
And then how many are we, one of them is getting the shade over the structure, which is San Miguel?
San Miguel is getting a shade structure, not over the structure itself.
Oh, a shade structure,
Yes.
okay.
It's adjacent to. The reason why is because we couldn't put the shade structure over top of San Miguel's play structure due to underground utilities in that area. So I'll leave it there.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
sorry.
it's not, it's a full outdoor roof, it's not a wing, it's a more stable thing.
It's a let's see, the best one to compare to is Bishop Elementary out on the playground.
Okay.
Steel construction with fabric over the top.
Oh, fabric.
Yep.
Okay,
Like tensile structure is technically what they call it.
yeah, okay. So, are we ready to vote and give him the authority? Yes, Michelle?
I was just gonna say, I like, Bridget helped, like, the way you articulated that was really good, right? I think mine's similar, I just hadn't thought about it quite that, I don't know, just, that was a good visual. And so I think that's, for my space, I think none of us disagree that, like, artificial turf is not so great for the environment, but I think what you said, right, like, the safety, for me, I'm the same with Bridget, the safety and accessibility for students for this space would be my top priorities. And people kind of already alluded to, but it's more than just the wheelchairs, right? It's also students who like might have muscular dystrophy or something else who have trouble walking and uneven surfaces are just trickier. So yeah, so I think Bridget, that was a helpful way to put it, like I care about environment as well, but I would, in this situation, I would put the two that Bridget puts on top. So I'm good moving forward with it, with the reminder we talked about this last time, but I think we all do care about environment and having a more holistic approach to how can we as a district use less plastic, right? So I think having that conversation in the future is important and great.
Yeah, and as
I'm
we
ready.
talk, and this is like 1 or 2% of the outdoors, they're very, very small areas in general. And we are trying already to lower the heat effect from other ways, like bigger, huge areas like our blacktops.
Yeah.
And this is, we are trying to move towards a more green areas, and as we talk, like for the next projects, we should start thinking about a redesign of them and reimagining how are they being used and what are the possibilities. And in that way, we could make them as green as possible.
So
And
for
then-
years, I've always been saying, can we get more trees? Can we get more trees? Think of the Ellis one, I was always asking about that, trees.
More trees, yes, more trees, more shading
Yeah.
things,
Well, the
more
green from the
rings,
trees,
more,
right.
all of them, I think, we were, after you left, we were, all of the schools have raised garden beds, or there are some of them that don't?
I'm pretty sure there's some that don't. If I were to name them, I don't believe Ellis does currently. And I would have to go around and check again. It's been a while, I think it's been 2 years since I looked into the garden project.
Okay, yeah, because with the next redesign, those are things that we want to make sure everybody has outdoor learning areas and all that we've talked and put on our facility plan, master plan before.
Which I think it is on there.
Huh?
I think it is on the facility master.
Yeah, it is over there, so we use, as we move forward and we redesign, we need to make sure that all of those elements are.
Are we ready to vote?
Okay,
of the ones that are getting the synthetic turf.
Mhm.
And I don't wanna say this as like preferential treatment to my son's school, but Lakewood has neither access to a green lawn nor a shade structure. And if we were to pilot engineered wood turf, I would wanna do it there. But I don't think anyone agrees with me.
Well, actually,
Do they have
Lakewood has a field,
It has a field and it's sometimes open.
yeah, they don't open it, I talked to Carly.
Yeah, there's a
yesterday.
fence
It's not
over
open,
like Fairwoods, yeah.
it's not open during recess, but it's open at lunchtime.
Yeah,
And that's
it's-
just an
The lunch
administrative.
recess,
decision.
but not the main one,
It's open at lunch recess.
Right, and that's also like dependent on, it's usually open and open at lunch recess, sometimes it's not because of staffing.
Supervision.
Right, but that's the one that, and because Lakewood backs onto the creek that runs directly into the bay and that the water and the chemicals getting into the bay, that is the school that I would prioritize if we were doing a pilot. Putting that out there.
So
Well, not just for EWF, also go ahead.
I was gonna say, so I like the idea of a pilot. I'm not sure how practical it is at this particular point in time to effectively choose and manage it. Because it because of who makes the choice, who decides, and just and if we're once again prioritizing the safety and the accessibility, where does that put us? Because all of our school sites have integrated programs where there are children who have special needs. So I don't want to be excluding anybody, but I thought that was a novel idea.
Well, they do have, Lakewood has, the park in the back, if they can use it as we say, they have raised,
We have
garden beds.
We have raised garden beds and garden leaves,
Yeah.
and then they have, then we also have the SDC preschool there, and we have several, mild modest VC classes. But the thing with SDC classes is that it's not just children with mobility issues, it's also children with sensory issues, and to that degree, like it gets hot, like your eyes see grass and then you touch it and it's not grass. And as a child with, sensory needs, maybe you don't expect that. Maybe you are expecting something cold and then you burn yourself, Like there's different levels of accessibility and different things here that can be met either way, I think, or that both of these are problematic. in
As
different
these
ways.
are being replaced, it's supposed to be a little bit better, maybe not that much, because they're new and whatever, and then hopefully we're gonna get lighter slurs, so it's not gonna be as hot in the black, because there's not gonna be black.
Ready for the.
Okay, so ready for the vote on this one, which is given the authority, let me read exactly. Which the motion will be approval of the delegation of authority to district staff to award agreements for construction services for the site improvement, electronic marquee signs, shade structures, multiple campuses to the lowest possible bidder, and with the things that we thought that would be considered in the addendum, in an addendum for more cooler materials. With that, everybody who wants to approve, please say aye. Aye. And we have, sorry, no fast. We have 4 and 1 again, no? Okay, 4 and 1 again, okay. We have 4 and 1, and with that, the motion passes. And we move to the next item, which is 13, presentations. And, oh yeah, it's 10 to 9, and we can go to 9:30 without
If we
standing.
keep
Yeah,
going.
we're
Yeah.
doing, okay. Okay, we are gonna talk today, we're gonna have a presentation about the facility master plan and bond program. And for that, we're gonna have again our Director of Facilities and Operations, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you.
Good evening again, board. Oh, thank you. Tonight we will briefly be going over the facility master plan and bond program for Sunnyvale Middle School. Tonight we'll touch on an executive summary, most of which this presentation is included in the report, so this will be a very high-level review. So what is our facility master plan? I know not every board member here was part of the process, so facility master plan is a comprehensive and inclusive collaboration that is our guiding document for all of our facility aspirations for the next 10 to 15 years. It was a very collaborative process in which we seeked and got quite a bit of feedback in to make sure that we were developing a master plan that could effectively guide our district for the next 10 to 15 years and give our students the best and most optimal education facilities. Sorry, Jesus. Okay, so our facility master plan identifies long-term goals. These are our high-level, what we want our facilities, how they want them to look, how we want them to interact with our students. We want this document to make sure that we are steering our district in the correct direction. The other goal of this document is to make sure that it is allowing us to be financially sound and smart as we continue to advance in accomplishing these projects. During the facility master plan process, one of the last things that we did was an exercise with the board to identify the top priorities as a district that we were looking to accomplish. Those you can see on this board, we are all happy to say that we've accomplished the vast majority of those projects that you see on that board. The other half of that exercise was identifying the top priority projects that we would achieve if we were to recognize or realize additional funding. Thankfully, because of the support from the community in Measure C, we've realized that additional funding. The key component of that priority exercise was identifying Sunnyvale Middle School as the campus with the most need, which will be the campus that we will be addressing now that Measure C is successfully passed. Some of those projects, just as to highlight some of them, that came back as top priorities from all members of the educational partner community would be addressing the PE facilities, making sure that we improve the drop-off, modernizing existing classrooms, and making sure that we have HVAC in each one of those classrooms. Now, this will be a comprehensive project out at Sunnyvale Middle School. So not only we will address those, but we will address the rest of the projects identified in the facility master plan. Sorry, I see this again. I'm not gonna touch it. Okay, so diving into the financials for a second here. Right now, as we stand here, we are projected to walk away from the Sunnyvale Middle School two-story classroom project with $9 million left in Measure GG. We will add that to the $214 million from Measure C. Once we take away the budgeted Sunnyvale Middle School amount, that will leave us with $150 million remaining in Measure C. To give a brief overview of the Sunnyvale Middle School project, back when we conducted this facility master plan, that project came in around $100 million. Over the last 2 years, we've taken escalation. That project would now be somewhere in the ballpark of $111 million. Remove the two-story classroom project, And that leaves the balance of $71 million to complete the rest of Sunnyvale Middle School. So the next steps for the board and district staff will be to design a comprehensive Sunnyvale Middle School modernization project. We will continue to accomplish the priority projects that the board has identified in the facility master plan. And finally, we should do another board priority study session to prioritize projects with the remaining $150 million for Measure C. Lastly, I mentioned it a couple times, but none of this would be possible without the support of the community. So we wanted to make sure to thank everybody that supported Measure C. Your support is directly impacting our students as well as our staff and the community around us. So thank you from all of us.
Thank you. Well, this was a presentation. There is no vote. So we can just go directly to the comments. Do we have comments on this particular item, which is 13A, and we do have one on person. Do we have anyone online? Perfect, so we have 3 minutes for this, and Kathy Rowland will be talking to us about it. 3 minutes will show on the screen.
Good evening, everybody. I actually wasn't intending to talk tonight, but I was reminded when I was listening to these priorities of something that I didn't hear that I know some of you are aware of as a priority that's personal to me, as well as personal to many students on our campus, and that's gender inclusive bathrooms. We all know this is the law, and I want to share a little bit about how a student from San Miguel Elementary would like for those to look. I want to use the bathroom without being worried that other students or teachers will make comments to me or tell me that I'm not allowed here. Another student, I see girls and boys. Where do I go? I don't see the one for me. The first student also says, you know what I want? I want to not choose between running all the way across campus to use the staff workroom where they wonder why I'm there and where I see the sign that says adults only. And I'm told I'm supposed to go there and I feel like I'm breaking the rules. I don't want to have to choose between my recess and whether I want to pee. Those are not choices that I want to make. I want to go to school and learn, and I want to be able to go to school and pee when I need to. It's a really basic ask, and I know that you all believe that our students deserve that right to not sit in class and wiggle, but to wiggle at recess and to enjoy that time. So I want to thank you for your attention to this issue and remind you that the law requires those bathrooms to be as accessible as the ones for people of other genders. So a staff room solution is not acceptable. And I've sent some examples of what these bathrooms can look like to Esteban Ibarra, and I'm happy to share those further. There's some wonderful examples that actually work for all kids and are better for our wheelchair users, which I heard you're all so concerned about. So I'm really excited that we share that vision and priority. Thank you so much.
Katie, I'd like for you to, if you can send those examples to me, I'll share it with staff.
It would be my pleasure to do so.
Thank you.
Yes, good. And we are planning on our middle schools to add it, and it is coming with start with SMS.
It's in the facility master plan. It was
Yes,
part of the
it's
discussions.
part of the facility master plan, yeah.
Brett, when are those, is there a timeline for those to be added to the elementary schools? I know, you know, we just did Ellis, but I don't think Ellis has them.
No, there's no timeline to add those to. So right now, the nurse restroom is the one that is used as gender neutral for the majority of our campuses.
But as part of the facilities master plan, did you?
So
Yeah,
Ellis was
but-
being worked on as we were creating the facility master plan.
Correct.
Okay, they're.
So like Ellis was already working on it as we were doing facility master plan.
Yeah, so we're gonna do.
So the next project that the facility master plan identified was Sunnyvale Middle School, so that's the first one that we have identified gender neutral restrooms on.
And a couple of years ago, I don't remember, this might be more, maybe you were in your position, I don't remember. I just remember, Mike, you sent, I mean, we've talked about this, like you sent a while ago, right, like we looked at different options of here are different kind of bathrooms, here's the pros and cons. Was it when you were around? Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, not around, but like,
Wasn't-
you've been here a long time, but in your current role.
It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like that was a few years ago, but my
Yeah, so sorry, was there a question? Do you want me to elaborate? Sorry, I missed it.
Not
I
necessarily a
don't
question.
remember a bathroom presentation. Usually
Why don't you share what?
tune in.
No, but we talked about it on the, there was no particular I don't know what I mean here, but there was it was included on the master plan.
Yeah, and I was just sharing it more in the context of like, so she knows that like, that this is a conversation we have had and it is important to us.
Yeah, so, yes, so the board has expressed multiple times that this is a priority to them, that they want us to consider installing and at least bringing designs forth. So what district staff has done to this point is, fortunately, the majority of the architects that we work with are kind of at the forefront of that design. So, and I'll bring one up just for the point of the conversation. QKA, who's a partner in the Sunnyvale Middle School project, they actually present on gender neutral restrooms. They gave a presentation in Chicago. He's provided me with a lot of good information. And I don't want to misquote, but I believe Mountain View just installed gender neutral restrooms. It's a very, it's a cool design. It's just a different design than from what we've always designed, but there's a lot of focus being given to this topic by everybody, I would say, not overgeneralizing, but to the majority of people that are designing California schools currently.
For retrofitting, like let's say that becomes like a priority for us for like the next round of things that we're doing school by school.
Yeah.
So would that be something that would like it would just depend on the plumbing at each different school? Or is it you just go in and reconfigure a staff bathroom or a student bathroom? Like how does that, how much space
and so I'll try to answer my best. It would depend on the restrooms that we're addressing. I wouldn't say plumbing would be the driver on that one. The biggest change is the design that is most common amongst gender neutral restrooms right now, multi-occupancy gender neutral restrooms, and I do want to clarify that one, is that you have full height stalls, floor to ceiling. Now by code, once you have a full height stall, you need fire alarms in each one. So that is one of the main drivers, is figuring out how to coordinate getting each stall with fire alarm smoke and fire alarm in each one. Districts are also trying to figure out how to monitor, people being in and out, because you don't get direct line of sight in there. And they've come up with some cool alternatives, like having lights above the stalls to show occupied or unoccupied. At the high school level, they're starting to do gender neutral locker rooms, like past the bathrooms all the way to the locker rooms, with the same basic approach. Individual stalls that anybody can go use to change, with restrooms in the locker rooms. But yeah, there's a lot of focus being given on that from design teams all over California right now and beyond.
So that would be something we would be for that prioritization session.
Yeah.
In theory.
Yeah. District staff definitely has heard that, that's a priority for when we're modernizing schools for sure. If we were talking about prioritizing retrofitting restrooms specifically, that would be something that I believe we should have the board prioritize if that is the focus, because it'd be very focused project.
Probably start with signing the playgrounds. But we'll see, it's coming.
Yeah, and
is that something we can offer direction on now, like whether we want to prioritize bathroom retrofitting?
Well, I think that should be part of a bigger discussion with, if we have X amount of money, here's the things and what are we gonna prioritize?
Yeah, and we did a great exercise when we were finishing the facility master plan. And we had, all the things that we wanted and how much they cost. And then we had like big thermometer things. And then we were adding and taking out to see how much we could do with what we wanna do and the money that we had to measure GG and what would be for a future one. So with that, we started to put it, and with that, we built how much we need to fulfill all the other priorities, like on the next pile, the next thermometer that we fill up was with the things that didn't fit on GG, and then we needed another bond. So how much that was?
So I think what would maybe the ask would be now is when we do that prioritization, asking staff to have like the estimated numbers, like if we were to do a retrofit in the next year or two, as opposed to waiting to get to a school site, what would that general cost be, right? So then when we're playing around, we can know that's 3 million or that's 20 million, I don't know, right? Whatever that number is, having an estimate, I think would be what we would want, right? To know, is this a realistic thing to do in the next couple of years, or this is, we would lose out on, we're not gonna do these things to do this, yeah.
Right, it would be, I mean, if we were to do like we're doing the playground renovation, where we do a couple schools at a time over the summer, I would be interested in seeing the numbers on that. And yeah, during that larger discussion.
Yeah, and then my last comment, like, so we had 17 scopes of work identified as priorities in the facility master plan. What I would recommend we take a look at is figuring out where restrooms would be. It'd probably be modernization of existing classroom spaces would be that category. Trying not to break it out of that and keep it in that, so then we can just focus on, you know, bigger modernization projects that include gender, because at least from a like cost effectiveness standpoint, it's you're not getting as much money when you're doing one project.
That's what I was like, the amount of money it would cost just to.
Yeah, like the HVAC projects, you know, we painted, we did a whole bunch of other stuff as part of it because we knew we had to do the HVAC project. So that's just my recommendation.
So on the subject of bathrooms, I will just say that like, even in the strategic master, not the strategic plan, even it was at the strategic plan, people came in, the middle school parents came in, they're like, my kid doesn't use the bathroom at school, it's filthy, even when they're not flushing bananas down it anymore, because that trend is over. They're shutting bathrooms down for like disgusting things that people are doing in there with toilet paper and paper products and non-paper products. And it's like horrible. And on top of that, the stalls don't shut. And we went into one of them and it was like real, like original, you know, hardware. It was like horrible. So like, I think we have to like, I think it's not just the, you know, not just the gender neutral bathrooms, like we gotta get our regular bathrooms to work, especially at middle school. And then they're like, we have hundreds of children, hundreds of students, and we're only gonna have one bathroom here because they've like destroyed 3 of them. So there's one functioning bathroom. So I'm really excited about the new pipes. I really hope that as we modernize the thing, we can just like make them places of sanctuary and happiness, you know? Like, this is my escape. I don't have to talk to any of my friends in here. I'm not gonna get beat up in here.
Have you ever seen a school bathroom in any school anywhere in that?
Well, on YouTube.
In elementary school,
You
it
have
has.
No, I'm just saying.
No, my.
Oh, I was gonna say where?
Yeah, it does happen in elementary school.
But I just like, I've been going to like high schools like every week for Mrs. Boyle is going to their bathrooms. I'm not saying it's not a problem we should
I was
address.
at Lynbrook, they had a nicer bathroom than they have the staff bathroom just at some of our
Okay,
schools.
well, the ones I go to, I'm just saying they're all.
It's a high school. It's not, there's not well attended. I mean, it's like hardly anybody goes there. So.
My son doesn't go to the bathroom until he gets home.
No, lots of kids don't because they don't work. The doors don't work.
So at risk of jumping in here,
Yes.
it's a little bit of a facilities issue and it's a whole lot of behavior issue.
Yeah.
So it's Brant and Paul.
Good, but they're a good team, so that's
Yeah.
a good combo.
I mean, it really is both.
It totally
And
is. And it's true at any school anywhere, not just unique to us.
But at SMS for a long time, it's like, well, we're gonna do the renovation.
There are some older bathrooms.
So
issues, yes.
we will let this sucker go on forever.
The whole district, those are the worst, I don't, the whole district, because we keep waiting for something to happen and it never happens.
So,
Quick time check, do we need to extend our?
And no, and then last comment, I'll get out of here, you guys. What I didn't mention, and Arthur mentioned this, that I should bring it up. The goal with starting the design of Sunnyvale Middle School, like as soon as this meeting is over, is to continue to roll the project after the 2 stories complete. That is the goal of all district staff, to decrease the inconvenience and the impact of the students on site. So like we start designing now and figure out what scopes of work we can start August 1st of 2025 to just continue working out there, so there's no stop in construction. That's the goal. That is the goal.
Let's get a green architect to work on it,
We-
like for the, you know what I mean, like,
All of
let's
us,
do the
yeah.
greening up of the campus when we do that. Well, all of, you know what
The
I mean.
architects are
Yeah.
lit certified.
But you know what I'm saying, like, based on this whole conversation we're having, we're like, we don't wanna get to the approval and be like, hey, you guys forgot about this whole thing.
I would just say like Bishop would be, like if you've been to Bishop, the amount of landscaping there, that's the same amount as Sunnyvale Ellis, would be like the same amount at Sunnyvale Middle School. Like it's a ton. And after it matures, it looks phenomenal and has tons of shade. So next time you drive by or over there, that's kind of what it is.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we move to the next presentation, Equitable Field Trips and Assembly, which is 13, no, wait, I guess we are, yes, that's where we are, sorry, 13B.
I'm going with you.
And for that, we have our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Mr. Jeremy Shihara. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, board. Tonight we're here to present a presentation on equitable field trips and assemblies. In addition to my day job, I have the distinct honor of being the staff liaison to the Sunnyvale Education Foundation, and I'm paired with President Isabel, who is the board liaison. We're happy to bring this presentation today. Bridget, you mentioned earlier during the Hoffman discussion the high impact opportunities for partnerships, and I think this is another great example. Where we're taking an existing district procedure and applying the equity lens to it. It is a work in progress, so it's my pleasure to hand over the presentation to President Michelle Eugenie of the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. Take it away, Michelle. And we are trying to speak slowly tonight.
It'd also be done in 20 minutes. Okay. Yes, I've heard a lot of overlaps tonight that hopefully will resonate as we go through this presentation. But I want to start by saying, I think we need to all assume for this presentation to go somewhere that field trips and assemblies are good and that we want them. Because if you don't want field trips and assemblies, then looking at the data doesn't really do any of us any good and just makes our hearts sore. So I want to put that out there up front, okay? Field trips and assemblies are good. And if we're going to look for great experiences, we found that within the Education Foundation and our network across the schools with staff, teachers, parents, and so on, that there were a lot of different ways of accessing, choosing, and being aware of the opportunities and the options that are out there. And so instead of leaving this up to chance, we started gathering, and Courtney's going to tell you here in a moment about more of the data of what we've collected so far. But I want to make clear that this is a really great opportunity for collaboration and sharing of information using this super fabulous community we have of parents and volunteers and people who are really dedicated but are not necessarily the paid staff at the schools. So I'm pleased to have this as our first joint presentation as an example of how we can collaborate. And I hope that you join me in hoping that every student at every grade level has a fantastic opportunity to extend their learning outside of their classroom on fabulous green campuses and beyond. So Courtney's going to tell you a bit about what the information we've gathered and what our next steps are. Courtney Jansen is a member of our programs committee, and she has been working closely with Jeremy to gather the information, and we'll give you a snapshot.
All right, so Courtney Jansen, I don't know if I can do this, but you already know I'm a San Miguel parent. I am the San Miguel Elementary Site Rep on Sunnyvale Education Foundation, and you already know what I'm gonna talk about, so that did not work. No, it did work, okay. All right, so we're gonna start with an overview of what this is. We're calling it FTAC. I will give you that acronym as the Field Trip and Assembly Catalog. I'll go a little bit into the details of our preliminary review of the data, and then we'll talk a little bit about where to go from there. But before we do that, 2 vocabulary words that you have to learn for tonight. FTAC, as I said, is field trip and assembly catalog. I think that was Jeremy's idea.
Sounds like it.
And the other keyword is event. So tonight I'll be talking about field trips, assemblies, and events. An event is meant to mean field trip and or assembly, either in cases where I do want both or it was unclear from the data what we're talking about. And why am I doing this? So when we joined the San Miguel community last school year, I volunteered to help and I was appointed to do the assemblies. I had a little bit of information, right? I knew how many I needed. I knew our budget for it. And I had a couple of places that we had done before that people had liked, but that was it. And had no real connections at other schools. And so I was really starting from scratch. And I'd like to think I did a really good job, but it would be nice if other people don't also have to start from scratch and have some information, and we're not always reinventing the wheel. So let's dive in. Jeremy mentioned this, but I really want to emphasize that this is a first step in a much longer process. I will hopefully be back presenting again in the future on this. Our goal is to really get a sampling of what's going on at the schools today. You know, where are we doing field trips? Where are we doing assemblies? The good news is that schools are coming back from from COVID levels. You know, we are doing field trips and assemblies at the schools, maybe not to the level we were doing pre-COVID, but things are happening at all the schools. We also wanted to look for commonalities across the districts. You know, what vendors are we using? What kind of themes are we having there? How can we leverage the fact that we are a district and not individual schools to improve the experiences and opportunities? We want to talk a little bit more, although we're not going to do this much tonight, about the challenges of bringing these enrichment activities to students and vice versa. Those challenges can be things from having a hard time finding chaperones, to having issues with buses, to having large class sizes, and so you're limited in your assemblies because you can't fit the number of kids in a class or in a grade into an assembly. And then of course, we want to figure out ways to make the whole process of choosing and organizing field trips and assemblies easier. This is not several things, but primarily it is not a prescription to schools of what they must do. So you're not going to walk away from this saying, schools, you must go A, B, and C for your assemblies, and if you don't, you're in trouble, right? We understand every school is unique. They're going to have different interests, different capabilities, different resources, and we respect that. So this is just intended to be additional information to provide stuff. We already talked about a little bit of the barriers that they're going to have, and we also recognize that elementary schools are going to have more events than middle schools are, and you'll see that in the data tonight particularly. Before I show you the data, a couple things I want to highlight. So one of the things I learned very early is that there is no standard way that schools track this. So there's nothing that we can do, like a form or a table that everyone sends. And so when I said, hey, please get the assembly and field trip information from your school, I realized that that meant different things to different schools. Some schools said like an in-classroom visit from a vendor counts as an assembly, others didn't. Some schools added in author visits, some didn't. And so to try and kind of standardize this as much as I could, I left out a handful of things. You can see it there, author visits, picnics, etc. The data is not perfect. Sometimes it was hard to tell from what I got if it counted as actual assembly in my definition or not, but I did what I could. To simplify it, we're only focusing on this school year, so we're not looking at anything in the past. And I think the other key point here is we're counting events by number. So you may have a school that reported the same assembly, but they did it for like first grade on one day and kindergarten on a second day. One school may report that as two separate line items, and another school may report that as a single line item and mark just K and 1 together. I tried to clean that up, I wasn't perfect. So we're thinking in terms of quantity, it's not necessarily an exact match in comparison school to school. The other important thing is we're not looking at number of students impacted. So an assembly that looks at just TK counts the same as an assembly that covers all grades TK through 5. And those are things that we'll like to get into in future things, but like I said, work in progress, first step. So the text I highlighted in bold here is super important. Don't look at the data and say, oh, you only did this. Think of it more as a trend, as a minimum, and a start of where we're going to go from there. Okay, so here's your first actual data. We only got data from the elementary schools. We learned that it's harder to collect this data from middle schools, partly because they're not doing as many events. So that's something we have to work through, is how do we figure out a better way to collect data from the middle schools in the future. I've said repeatedly, it's a work in progress. But you can see on the right, we have a pie chart of what information we have. There were 133 events reported. The vast majorities of these were reported for just a single grade, although we did have a handful that were for more than one grade level. Usually it would be like kindergarten and first, or like 4th and 5th, which makes sense if you're trying to match academic levels with topics. I'm gonna show a couple other pie charts. The color coding matches. So red on this slide is school 2, red on the next slide will also be school 2. We anonymize the schools just because we don't have all data across all the schools and we didn't want to incorrectly call out one school as being better or worse than the others. But I will just, so you have it, school 1 and school 6 are the 2 where we have the least complete information. Okay, more pie charts. So if you look at assemblies, a couple of trends to go in here. So each school reported somewhere between about 3 and 8 assemblies, so they are doing assemblies, which is awesome. San Miguel had an Earth Dome assembly on Tuesday, and Ian, my son, came home talking about Tasmanian devils apparently, so they're learning all sorts of really good things. Of the assemblies, about 40% were for all grade levels, and a similar 40% were roughly for just one grade level at a time, and then there was a smaller amount that was, like I said, broken down to subsets of grades. This data is a little inaccurate, I would say, just in that, like I mentioned, schools report things differently, and so I cleaned it up as much as I could, but probably not perfectly. The field trip data is there too. Like I said, most of them were field trips. Schools had a bunch of them, and I'm not gonna read through the data, but you saw the slides, you can look at it if you want to. So we're doing both, which is great. I wanted to take a little bit look into the different commonalities across the different districts, or across the different schools. So within the whole entire Sunny Hill School District, we were working with 65 different vendors.
Sorry, 1 second, because we have a policy that we need to pre-approve the extension before 9:30.
Okay.
We're doing grading time better because we thought today that we may have to extend for 1 hour, but I think that if we extend for half an hour, pretty safe because we don't need to use the half an hour.
Yeah, so who made the
Hopefully we'll
motion
use
for the
just 10
agenda?
more minutes, huh?
Whoever made the agenda motion has to make the.
I think Bridget made it and Nancy seconded.
Yes, so then we need a motion to extend it for 30 minutes, so.
Till 10 p.m.
To 10 p.m.
Okay, so I move that we extend our time tonight till 10 p.m.
Any second? Okay, everybody can approve that?
Yes.
Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pass unanimous, so it was Bridget and then second by Amy.
So you have lots of time
So
to talk.
Nancy.
Great. I won't use up the rest of the time, I promise. Okay. Okay, so 65 vendors working within the school district. Of those, about a third are working, are doing more than one event at a school. And that can mean 2 things. That could mean that I have one vendor that's doing multiple events at one school, or it could mean that I have one vendor that's doing one event at one school and another event at another school. So this, you can't figure that out from that data, we'll get there in a second. I'm again not gonna read through all the list of them, but the 7 or 8 over here are the ones that have the most events at our schools. De Anza College is the planetarium, which was super popular. There's a slight caveat with the environmental volunteers and that they do a lot, but I think some of that is in classroom assembly, so not necessarily consistently reported across the schools. But what I really liked is it's a great variety of our top vendors. They're all local organizations, and so our students are getting really cool experiences. Looking at the data slightly differently to address, okay, are our vendors looking across our different schools? Of those 65 vendors, 17 of them are doing events at more than one elementary school. So that might be something at San Miguel and then something at Lakewood to make it up. Images again, or logos are there as well. So the same 8 vendors on the previous slide are here. So the most popular ones are working across different schools. And there's another, I think 5 or so who are also doing multiple events across different schools. So you can look at that, I don't know, now or later, I guess. So I think the takeaway point is there's a lot of room for collaboration, right? You know, every schools are doing similar things, they're working with similar vendors, topics are interesting, which frankly shouldn't be a huge surprise. I also know anecdotally that schools will bring back repeat assembly vendors or go to the same places in field trips every year. So that suggests that schools have places that they really like working with. I don't have that quantified, but that's like a future question of, you know, what are the really awesome places versus just the sort of awesome places to go. This is really slow. Okay, so next steps before I turn it back over to Jeremy. First, I'd like to standardize the way to collect this. You know, I think if we can get the data coming in more consistently, and I've learned a lot in what I ask, that will make it a lot easier to draw comparisons across schools and to really understand what is the offering where we go. You know, as a parent, I would like to know, hey, my kid's going to this school. what field trips are they gonna do this year? How many field trips are they gonna do and where are they gonna go in there? It'd be great, at some point to get to that work, we're not there yet. Kind of alluded to this already, but how do we share this information, not just with parents or students in the communities, but with schools themselves and volunteers, so they have this information to do what I was doing, which is scheduling the assemblies or scheduling field trips. And then the other thing that we want to get to is adding in more information. So in some cases, we've got things like cost information, number of students that went on things. That data was not provided by everybody, and so we would like to go to that second level of detail. We can start to look at things like, for each grade level, how many field trips are they doing, how many assemblies, but we just aren't there. We need to do that probably in the next year. So hopefully I'll have more of that whenever we do the next presentation in later. So that's my part. I'm gonna give it back to Jeremy.
Thank you, Courtney, and this wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Courtney's kind of vision, leadership, and so I don't know if it's appropriate to give her a quick round of applause for that piece because this project was born out of a joint executive cabinet SCF board meeting from last spring, and so it's super exciting for me to be standing here today. We're actually presenting this first kind of iteration of it, given everything that I talked about with this is an example of how we're trying to bring our equity statement to life. Possible next steps now for the district. The board gave us some hints of where you think we want us to go regarding policies and procedures regarding field trips and assemblies. And so potentially discussing minimum expectations. And what I want to also put on here is the fact that we want to try to use the strategic plan as guiding principles for how field trips and assemblies kind of fit in. The next two items, considering multi-site contracts for better pricing and streamlining vendor contract processes at all school sites. I think this is a huge opportunity for the district to be able to, central office to provide resource to the school sites to eliminate friction and allow them more time to be able to do the school site things. Happy to report that with Arthur's arrival, I think I gave you a good 72 minutes before I approached you with I want to partner in kind of working on those two things. Is that correct? All right, good. Told you I was gonna do that. And then, then continuing our district piece about continuing the science camp work and the centrally managed experience like the author visits. And then this is something that we really the district is gonna take a look at is addressing the additional challenges to bring events to students or students to events. So think about transportation opportunities to help school sites with that component. And then last, I think this is something we want to get to is the norm for tracking is probably going to be the grade level details, the number of classes. So again, it's number of students you can see could be misleading. I think the sweet spot is the number of classes per grade level is what we're going to try to get to. So I guess I just committed to doing that. So, all right. Lastly, I'm going to hand it back, and I hope you notice there was a lot of, I made a point that the district is also trying to carry our weight in this, so we have more bullet points than the other, anyways, all right. I am going to hand it back to Michelle, again, for SCF and SSD opportunities for collaboration.
We're just trying to be efficient. There are plenty of opportunities for us to share information, connections, and networking. There's also the tangible opportunity that SEF provides in terms of funding. You are probably aware we have a grants process every fall in which we offer funds to each of the 10 schools. And one of the categories we have consistently offered funding for are field trips and assemblies. And so we have a track record of knowing that field trips need funding, how much funding that is, and we can continue to support those. That is in our interest as well as yours. It is possible in some cases where funding needs a boost, or it needs a channeling, or an outside group to do the purchasing or whatever, we can do that. One example are the possibility for kits and materials that may be useful for assemblies, where SEF can help provide either grant writing or funding through our own grants in order to fund those. But obviously we don't have the facilities to house that. It would be on the district to then house those, but that's another idea. The best thing that we can offer, and that I think we've shown time and again, is that we are good faith partners, and we want to see all of these opportunities exist and succeed for all students. And so we are open to ideas and ways that we can further support this work. So right now it's about information gathering. We are eyes and ears on the ground in all the good ways. And we look forward to continuing to provide that for the district. And I welcome even better data down the road and presentations so that we can grow this and lead to fabulous outcomes for all the students. I mean, that's really what it's all about. I think.
That's it.
So, questions?
So we're happy to entertain questions or suggestions.
Thank you. That was a great presentation and a lot of data. It's really appreciated. So we are gonna start with comments from the community. So I have one card, but if there is any member of the community who wants to speak right now related to this particular agenda item, please raise your hand now. If there is anyone online or any more cards, perfect, then go for it.
Hi
Well,
everyone, hi, it's Taisha Brewster, I'm a third grader at Bishop. And I'm also the grants administrator for the Sunnyvale Education Foundation. I'm here, I've been sitting on the sidelines of this project, kind of cheering it on. And it's, I won't go that long. So it's been very exciting. You want to start it? And there was a mention from Jeremy that said that this is the first of many joint partnerships, which is very encouraging for us as a foundation. So I just want to point out that when we're all thinking about equity, and SEF is uniquely poised to have that kind of sampling and that information gathering on the ground, since we have site representatives at every single school site. And I think that since we are building our relationship, I think it's getting stronger. We're getting stronger as partners together. I would definitely want to look into other opportunities for us as a community to support the entire district so that all of our students can have those equitable opportunities. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, there is no vote, so we don't have motion, but we can start our comments?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first question is data monitoring. Who does the assemblies? Is it uniform throughout the district? Is it primarily PTA, PTOs? They're setting them, do principals have some role in that? That was a part of the presentation.
So I'll say yes, there were 3 different flavors, but Courtney can give the kind of that firsthand thing. So this is why it was super important to have the SEF parent participation portion for this component. So Courtney?
Yeah, so the short answer is it depends, and sometimes it's a mix. And one of the future things we want to do is to get a little bit more into the funding. So like some schools get their funding through PTA, some do it through like school grants, or some do it through a combination of that. And who organizes it also depends a little bit upon the school.
So then that leads to my next question. For your data gathering, are you going to be upfront in the beginning of the school year, letting people know how it is that they're supposed to be supplying information to you?
Yeah, I'll just say yes. Thank you for, it was important to get this initial data gathering this year and not let perfect be the enemy of progress. So yeah, definitely we want to start off tracking this for this next year, and then I think the district component, I can step in and help kind of fill in some of those gaps by working with front office staff to just really round out kind of that data piece. So that is our intention. And Michelle.
Well, if I could jump in for a little insight here, even at the school site level where you may have a principal or an administrator who's in charge of organizing things, they may solicit information, they do not have complete information themselves. And we have seen the form that Courtney put together, soliciting information, had all of these items, who was funding it, how many students were impacted. And it was like you could fill out 1/10 of the items with the information that people knew. So this is really a bit of a black hole at our schools right now. It's being kind of taken for granted in a lot of ways. Just FYI.
Question, so so many years ago, when I was teaching at Fairwood did a lot of field trips, like it was a whole thing. At every grade level, we'd have a planning thing and we'd have the parents sign up for like 6 or 7 events at a time. And excursions, things coming here, things we needed permission for. to do that, we had to go through the principal, so for every field trip, for every assembly, there was a form we had to fill out to get approval through our principals. So I'm wondering, like, you were saying you gave them a form, did you ever have access to these other forms? Because I'm pretty sure the teachers are always filling out something to get permission to bring someone on campus, right?
So yes, so we did get that form or the equivalent list from a couple schools, and Fairwood I think was one of them, but not from all the schools. So we got this data primarily through the site reps, right? SETF has a site rep for each school, and some of them are more successful than others, but yeah, so I don't think I know like the individual forms that you have, but a couple schools did have like, here's a spreadsheet where we track this, I'll send it to you,
Still
but it
complete.
didn't have all the information exactly.
Fairwoods was the most complete.
Like as a philosophical question, where does the permission slip go after I sign it?
It goes to the front office, and so again, that I'm pretty confident, or I'm very confident in, yeah, in those procedural points, we're trying to, I think it's the overall planning and the offerings. But yeah, there were 3 different flavors of what is that called? Field trip and assembly coordination models that I've been kind of at least came across. Fairwood is definitely, the school kind of is all on board with grade level teams. San Miguel is parent led, but front office and admin are always involved. But again, it's the ability to track the information in one brain. That's what we're trying to gather and streamline that process.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
And yeah, and when I was at Fairwood, we were shooting for 1 field trip a month for everybody. And 1 play every year, like every kid will have 1 play and
so tiring, but it was so
multiple,
fun. So tiring, but so fun.
Yes, and multiple things also happening that didn't exclude, like, you know, the history, theater thing and singing to the theater. Oh, there were tons of other stuff. But with this, I always thought that we should have a minimum, obviously not once a month, but a minimum that every child will get at least X number. I always thought that at least 1, maybe 1 paid by us, and then the next 1 paid by the SCF if they can, but whatever it is, they should at least go and have an enrichment opportunity outside the campus once a year.
My proposal is that the board gives direction that every student gets 1 field trip, 1 standards aligned field trip per grade per year. That is paid for by the district, including transportation.
Yeah, as a minimum, and then they can add like some special thing from SCF, or maybe there's a teacher who has great ideas and
Right.
do other
And then some
stuff,
schools
whatever.
will have more,
But a minimum
but
of
at
that.
least, yeah.
No, I think, and yeah, I think once we have this base, we wanna kind of be able to have a discussion both with the subcommittee and then involving district cabinet, executive cabinet to kind of put this all into context. And I don't mean to hang everything on that strategic plan piece, but I like the standards aligned is like, well, what does that actually mean? Let's also then think 3-dimensionally where it is instructionally based, an enrichment activity, but also then aligned with our strategic plan. So that's the y-axis.
The reason I say curriculum aligned is because as an 8th grader, I went to Great America for my physics class, and I think my teacher was just kind of like throwing random he was stretching it, but
That roller coaster is force.
yeah, exactly,
Okay.
that sort of thing, but yeah.
But I think it's like an expansion of the thought of science camp, right? So, I mean, the things that the kids are gonna remember are gonna be the field trips and they're gonna be science camp. And you know, I know there's the field trips that we do. I think Fairwood would be a great resource because I think all their field trips are standards aligned because they're trying to do hands-on or project-based learning. There might be some that other schools don't know about. But I would also like the district to consider, if you're talking about anchor experiences, to think about Yosemite for 8th graders. Because it's outdoor education, it's standards aligned, it can be just for a couple days. So I think that should be in your mix somewhere, for cost and things, if we are talking about budget numbers, to going forward. And I agree with Eileen, I think that every student and every child in our district deserves a standards aligned field trip. But I would say like some of the field trips are pretty low bar, like Cherry Chase would do a walking field trip to Felipe's Market, right? And they would walk around and they'd, like for kindergarteners and first graders, they'd learn about vegetables in the store and people in the community, and they'd count a bunch of apples, and it was like really, I mean, they loved it, you know? So I don't know that I want transportation to be included, but I don't know that everything has to be a gajillion-dollar bus trip, you know? So I would like to see what the different brackets are, you know?
Yes, I think the
Like a
information gathering, the planning, and again, we're not trying to have this process stop what's happening. Once we start gathering it, I think those questions is something then that the district side will have a conversation about, come back, collaborate with SCF, and then that's probably in our next report is kind of those broad directions that we can start to narrow. Because yeah, I think Yosemite would be a great, stretch goal potentially, but yeah, let's something to build toward, but I think that's good, this is great feedback. So.
And it's amazing the amount, I mean, we were able to do, as I say, once a month, taking the kids for all their elementary school, and there are like so many things in this area that is amazing that are happening.
Well, and Fairwood
And
also
some.
did like these longer ones too, where they go up to Sacramento.
Southern
and
and such, yep.
Yeah, fourth grade, and they, like these excursions where the kids are doing all the planning of the meals, and like similar to what, like maybe you're doing with your girls group, or like what, you've done with your clubs.
Life in,
Life skills.
no, but then they will leave their area, so it has historic museum, they're part of the life museum history, and they will learn everything about being a Californian, about the state history, and they will live it, and they will understand how people used to live, because they can use any modern technology, including zippers. During those times, yeah, they will actually dress with clothes from the time, everything.
No, and again, I think also I appreciated SCF from the get-go, the subcommittee's focus on letting the schools also be school component, like making sure that they have that voice. Again, definitely Fairwood, hands-on approach, whole child learning centric, so yeah, I think all our parts are there. Now we're gonna gather additional information, kind of fill that in, remove some friction, that's gonna increase capacity, then we'll have some new goals, and then that's our little cycle of peace, so
But like the Heritage Museum where I've been volunteering, right, like there's only 3 schools on here that volunteered, that got to go visit from our district, that got to go visit the Heritage Museum, and that was exclusively because of transportation.
Yep.
And so, I mean, and that's a free thing to go do.
And that's
for
local
hands-on.
community, that's right here, yes.
So,
I was gonna mention that,
I mean,
you were everywhere that day, like you were as a docent, anyway, so
yeah.
it was scary. Yeah.
So like there are things where just saying like, well, one field trip a year, I mean, that is a 3rd grade standards curriculum aligned field trip, right? And it's completely free.
Yep.
And a couple schools went because they could walk to it. So.
And I think that's on our list too, is identifying what are those costs, what is the components, and then how to free up additional transportation resources from all of those parts. So yeah, those are very complicated.
Okay, so it's
Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Courtney. Thanks, Michelle. You guys did such a great job. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, and Jeremy too.
And Jeremy.
Yeah.
You came up with that chat.
Thank you, yeah, my one contribution.
Good name.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah.
To make it sound cool, no, okay.
Okay, just a few things. One, echoing the same thank you. Like years ago, when I was way more involved in PTA at LS, we kind of tried to start this idea because it was like, if we could have a database, right? And we kind of tried it. SCF, I don't think it even started, or maybe it was in its first year. Anyway, like this is something that I had tried to kind of work on years and years ago. So I was so excited when I saw it in the packet. I was like, oh my gosh, someone's doing what I had this like vision for. So that in of itself is just exciting. A couple thoughts related to it, and I don't know if you guys got to see the pack. Did you send them the packet question?
We had a check-in on Monday.
So one of mine was the one kind of related to, I might have worded differently, but essentially having on this like feedback about the event, like what are the pros and cons, like what did you like about it, what did you not like about it? That was my vision, was like, other schools are doing these things, don't just tell me what they're doing.
Yeah.
I want to know what's good about it, what's not, because like maybe what they liked about it is like, oh, that's not good for our school or whatever, right? So I think that would be a super helpful piece. I don't know if it means consistent, but I just more like.
Courtney would like to say something.
I just say I agree with you. I did get a little bit of that from some teachers and some schools, but not a bunch. I think you can even expand that to like, hey, don't go on this field trip because, in December, because if it rains, you can't do it. Or, if you're gonna go on this field trip, make sure you pack good walking shoes or whatever.
The
So,
tips or,
right, exactly, tips and things like that. So yes, that
I
is,
figure it'll be something that comes as this gets more developed.
exactly, yeah.
It's on the form, but we need to reach the people who have that information.
Yeah, and as we build the culture, yeah. So I just was reiterating that I love that piece. Then this is like another piece, but just when I like, as you guys are talking, it's like bringing back all of the thoughts I had in that time and space. Another thing that I feel like is tricky with field trips as you guys are going through this process is the space of, so like as I had my kids going through, right? As a parent, I would ideally want the same field trip to happen at first grade every single year, right? And the same one at second grade, third, whatever, right? So that's what I would want as a parent. I learned from teachers though, like teachers get sick of going on the same field trip every year, so they want to mix it up. So I understand that, and I don't know how we create that balance, but that as a parent was a frustrating space of like, my kid did the same field trip 2 or 3 times on different years and didn't get to do these other field trips, right? And so I don't want teachers to get bored, but at the same time, like if we're
We also don't want kids to get bored.
centered, yeah. It's like student centered, right? That's just, as you guys are going, this is like years, but as you were working on this space, if you hadn't already thought about that, that's a space that I years ago was frustrated about.
Especially if they're going to a place like the Tech Museum or,
But the
planetarium,
museum
like.
has a different, there's so many different programs, and every year they have new expositions, so.
Yes,
I
but
love
not,
it.
but there's like, oh, we just went here and,
Yeah.
We have another.
Yeah, I think, Michelle's one last comment and then we will take all this feedback.
To that point, and I think there's a missing element in all of this, and when you read research on field trips and their efficacy and benefits and such, it's all very clear. Field trips are fantastic, but one important part is teachers who have to implement and be on that field trip aren't explicitly trained and supported in how to pick a field trip, coordinate for the field trip, plan and implement. I mean, you would think it's part of
Incorporate into your
teaching.
learning and-
Yeah, I mean, you would think it's a natural thing, right?
Or assemblies too, right?
And
Like,
assemblies
that was
too,
another thing, like
but that there is some
assemblies.
pedagogy too, incorporating field trips into your curriculum, and this is where the Fairwood teachers would be a really great resource. But in asking that exact question for success of all of this moving forward, I would urge the board and the district as a whole to consider getting your teacher voices in here in order to understand what they see as working and what would be recommended for success down the road, and in order to build a really successful program with intentionality and planning for success. And if it's something as simple as the first grades are going to rotate through these 3 types of field trips, so that if you're in the first grade, you're gonna do one of those 3 to have some shared experiences or.
Like it's animals and zoo or something.
Right, and obviously the curriculum is standardized, so it's easy enough to pick them. The 3rd grade going to the Heritage Museum is a no-brainer, but that's a free one. Maybe there's a bonus trip in 3rd grade that happens, and it's a choice of a couple. Involve the teachers. They know what they need, but they also need the support in making this happen effectively.
And I thought Mrs. Ranger was coming, I thought in one of the presentations, and the 6th grade teacher who takes the kids, or seniors too, I don't know if she does it anymore, to the Rosicrucian Museum, because that's the year when they study ancient civilizations.
Yeah, 6th graders usually go to Rosicrucian.
Yeah, when's the last time they went, I would ask.
And then my last thing is, this is just for future for staff. I think, I could be remembering wrong, I know the district quite a few years ago, I think it was a board policy, but maybe it was just a change. We changed the term field trips to learning excursions, but it didn't really stick. Anyway, if that is an official policy, if we want to go back to field trips, we should just be intentional, let's match our practice with our policy. I don't really care what the term is,
Might have to change.
but I'm just saying, let's make sure we're matching the
Okay.
policy and practice.
Thank you.
And that's it.
And
Learning excursion, I think was the
Learning
name of it.
excursion.
Yes.
on one of the main things, many things that I think it's standard even, and I don't know if that's part of the whole numbers, but I remember when I was on the health committee, that I hope somebody's going to that one this year too. The health committee, that they told me, because I used to praise a lot when they bring the cow, that's the amazing thing, so cool to have the cow at school. Apparently it comes every 2 years, like they rotate, so they make sure that every other year it goes to every school, so.
last
year. This year, okay. So that's still happening, hopefully. Okay, so.
Thank you.
Thank you for.
hear more. We can't wait till next time.
Yes. So with that, is
Time to talk about the parcel tax.
51, and time to talk about the.
So we're gonna shift gears real quickly. I think it's important that we have this agenda item, and I need to hear from the board just a consensus about moving forward. This isn't a vote. So as you know, just real quickly, we have a $59 per parcel tax. We started that in 2011 in the depth of the recession. We've continued that, we've renewed it, and it expires in 2025. Okay, so we did a poll in the fall along with the bond poll, and support for the parcel tax, just with the language that I put in the packet, was 72%. Okay, our consultant, Connell, recommends that if we wanted to make any kind of change, that we would need to poll again. Okay, polling again would not be possible. Everything's possible. It'd be pretty tricky to do it in time to have useful information, and that's because the safest date for us to do a resolution to call for the election is our June date. In theory, we could meet again, sometime in July or maybe early August and still make it. But with that said, so changes we might consider would be increasing it with the COLA or the CPI, Consumer Price Index, like with inflation. Increasing the amount, making it indefinite or forever, a forever tax. All those things tend to draw more no votes. So my recommendation at this point would be, if you want to continue the parcel tax, to do it just as is. And so I just wanted to get a general consensus from the board or answer any questions that you had about this before we keep moving forward.
Okay, and that one of the clarifying things is that the bonds are for buildings and the parcel tax are for people.
Correct.
So B for buildings, P for people.
Right.
Okay, that was amazing, very good.
Yeah.
She made it up. It's amazing. Great, that was
But
wonderful.
yeah, it's catch up somewhere. So with that, we're gonna start with comments from the public. So if anyone wants to talk about this, we don't have that much time, but you can. Okay, thank you. With that, we move board comments, questions.
So is that number, is it still providing approximately $1 million annually with the various changes that have happened in the city since?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, because it's a pretty much a fixed number of parcels in the city. I suppose there's ways of splitting parcels, that probably happens, but it's been pretty consistent, just over $1 million.
So for example, is one of the new buildings in downtown Sunnyvale that's full of condos a parcel? Or is that a bunch of parcels?
It might be a couple of parcels, but it's not a separate parcel for every condo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But senior citizens can have an exemption.
correct. That's what's
And
currently written in.
it applies to companies as well as people.
Yeah.
It used to buy us more employees than it does now.
Yeah, at one point it was a typical, whatever an average teacher cost was about $100,000. And so $1 million got you about 10 teachers, and now the average teacher costs more than that, so it's more like 7 teachers.
Not that we hire average teachers.
Cost. Very good.
Cost. For how many, 8 years, okay, that's right.
And the reason it would be 8 years would to get us on cycle so that we'd be doing it another November election. That's the highest turnout, which our consultants tell us is the best chance of passing.
So would we wanna do it for less in hopes that we get into a better space, like economically, so we can actually put in like a CPI or COLA with it?
You can always.
Because in 8 years from now, $1 million is gonna be significantly less.
You can always renew it in the middle, like we could approve this or have it, you know, this on the ballot and have it approved November. And then in 4 years,
Okay, so we don't have to wait.
you don't have to wait.
Okay,
In fact, districts do that all the time.
okay, great. Then I feel good about this 8 year and then hopefully maybe in 4 years. That's annoying, but if the economy's doing well, we can get more money.
Pay for that extra.
Education always means more money.
Yeah, and you never know the circumstance, like this, like I said, we did this during the recession, it was like really important now it's really built into our budget.
And but then another consideration is the complications of getting it approved, because a lot of things are coming and a lot of other bonds and taxes, new things are coming for this ballot, so.
Yeah.
So we're competing against the city's library bond, right?
Potentially, if the city does that.
Kind of competing against them, but
Well, and then there's some state, issues that will
State education
bring
bond.
down rate money too, so.
Again,
So this
there's broad strokes, but our consultant tells us that voters tend to prioritize elementary schools, then high schools, then cities, then, and that's kind of, which,
so do we generally have we want to move forward with this?
Yeah.
okay. So we'll continue working with Connell, and as it says on the timeline, the May meeting, we have to have a hearing, and then the approval would be in June. Okay. Thanks.
Good, and then we already approved his contract to keep working on this.
Yes, so that works out.
Okay, good. Okay, with that, we have 3 minutes. Anyone wants to go for 3 minutes? Okay, so with the next item, of course, only information agenda item, so you can read our William report, complaint settlement quarterly reports. We always do great about this. Thank you for doing that. We have enough books, awesome. And with the last item will be the next meeting, and the next meeting will be Thursday, April 25th at 6 p.m. It will be a regular board meeting, and I want to say thank you to our wonderful translators for doing this very important task for us. And thank you for listening to everybody who was paying attention tonight.
Good night.
Good night.
No, I'm kidding.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.